Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge in ample time for the afternoon session. Those of you that have been watching on the live stream, hopefully any gremlins that might have been appearing have been sorted out by Kirsty and the team. Our umpires are Peter Hartley and David Milnes, making their way out to the middle, followed by the two Nottinghamshire not out batters, Lyndon James, who's yet to score, Kyle Varena's 2 not out. Essex this morning, if you've not been with us, Nottinghamshire 78 for 5. Didn't mention the scorers this morning. Ian Smith doing the matches at the moment for Notts. Mr. Parkinson for
Paul Parkinson.
Paul Parkinson here for Essex.
He's done it for a couple of seasons now, since Tony
Cheel. Mr. Cheel?
Tony Choder, isn't it? He retired, and prior to him was Clem Driver. Gosh.
You were playing then.
Big, tall Clem Driver. He also did an England tour. Tony Choate.
Tony Choate, that's it.
Yeah. I'm sure he's listening and watching, so good afternoon to you. And good afternoon to Mr. Hawkley, if he's still about, who's in his art studio, ceramics, making pots for an exhibition this weekend or next weekend, and he often listens in to the BBC commentary.
You can never have enough pots done. It's going to be Sam Cook to get things underway in this post-lunch period. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 17 for Sam Cook this morning. Had Freddie McCann caught and bowled before that. Joe Clark giving out LBW. There's a split viewpoint on that, I guess, depending on your general outlook. Many feeling it was perhaps just drifting down, many wondering if it might just have been clipping leg. But here is Sam Cook from the Stewart Broad End here at Trent Bridge to get us underway after lunch. Bowls to the South African Test wicketkeeper Kyle Varena, who helps us into the offside, fielded by Noah Fain, who runs from gully to pick it up and carries on running almost all the way down to mid-off before lobbing the ball to his skipper and then jogging back. It's one way to work off your lunch. Have you been pleasantly looked after during the interval?
Yeah, absolutely. I had a steak pie, new potatoes, veg, no pudding, and yeah, I'll tell you about that in a minute, actually.
Varena 2 not out. Normally fish and chip Friday here, and Sam Cook's just swallowed a fly. I don't know why he swallowed a fly. Let's hope he's okay.
You enjoy treading the boards?
It seemed on the instant replay there, he might have got it in the eye rather than swallowed it, but you could tell that's what it was, couldn't you? The way he pulled up and the hand up to the face. And now Dr. Westley is going to surgically remove the winged creature from Sam Cook's right eye. I can't see, Skip, I can't see. So he's going to bowl this one with just his left eye open, I think. So already a prolonged start to the afternoon session. He's in now, bowls, and Varena chops it to point, fielded by Allison, and now for some more wisdom from Don Topley.
So I went off for my lunch and I got into the lift to come back up and joined in the lift really by Rob Key. I'm trying to think of Luke from Sussex.
Luke Wright.
Luke Wright. Yeah, they're both here, so there's obviously a meeting going on.
Grantham's finest, 78 for 5. Next ball on its way now and goes through to the wicket-keeper. Of course, the first test is here at Trent Bridge in May, 22nd of May, against Zimbabwe, a 4-day test match, so they may be just doing a bit of a recce on the facilities for the new season, just having a look around and catching up on one or two of the players who are in this game.
Then I bumped into your mate, Jeff Arnold.
GG.
He gave me a big smile.
I told Bracegirdle not to tell you I was here. Is that what he said? Not 78 for 5. Cook bowls. Varena again plays it on the offside, fielded at backward point by Allison. No run.
I said, what were you doing going out on the pitch this morning? Did you fancy a bowl? He went, nah, Toppers, nah, I went to see the groundsman and the umpires. So I said, what do you think of this morning's play? And he said, it's nipped about a little bit. And
he could make it nip about a little bit, couldn't he?
Wasn't he a good bowler?
Yeah.
Yep.
This is Jeff Arnold we're talking about. He used to play for Surrey and England all through the 60s, 70s into the 80s. Next ball is defended, and since then he's been a very astute fast bowling coach and a member of the ECB. Their bowling resources is very much one of their chief scouts now. Will go around the country keeping an eye on all the bowlers.
His bowling philosophy is based on hard work, hard graft.
Not play one, miss one, play one, miss one.
Cool. No. God, he used to swear at the wicket, didn't he? If you played and missed.
Corena has 2. This is through into the gloves of Pepper. That's a good over, and pretty much normal service has been resumed by Sam Cook. And it's a maiden. Yes, there's all sorts of. I hope you're not eating your lunch, but there's all sorts of sporting. What's the word? Misdemeanors done yesterday. I saw Carlos Sainz, the Formula One driver. He missed which is a big no-no. He missed the national anthem at the last race last weekend and got a £10,000 fine, and then he's kicked off about the fact that when you've got to go, and he had to go to the toilet and now having to pay £10,000, etc. He kicked off yesterday. And then the young US Open US amateur golf champion, he was caught short on the Augusta course yesterday, so he's in trouble for that. Here's Porter in the afternoon session. This is played with a forward defensive, dead bat really. £10,000. That was science. I don't know what the Augusta Masters disciplinary committee. It's not as if you can go behind a bush. No, well he didn't. Apparently he popped into a creek, thinking that he was obscured from the view of the public, but one stand was completely overlooking it, so they all saw him spending a penny. Anyway, we'll move on quickly from that. Porter, second ball of the afternoon for him, and this is identical to the first ball. Hits the splice, it made a heavier noise. I mentioned about the bouncer earlier that got rid of Freddie McCann. You did? But if I was captain, I'd be looking at maybe Cook came back immediately on, and probably rightly so, but I'm wondering if Cook might favour a little bowl from this end where Harmer can bowl at the other end, or spare the seamers at the other end. Porter bowls on a genuine play and a miss as it goes through to the keeper to decent pace, decent height. 78 for 5, no runs added since lunch. I've just tweeted, in fact, on Hove 1, Trent Bridge 0. Adrian Arms, our esteemed buddy who covers Sussex for the BBC, he's just taken delivery of the first cake of the season, the new season. A big chocolate cake been delivered to the press box, to the BBC commentary box at Hove. Has it really? He has. Really? That's wasted on Adrian, isn't it? It is. He's like us, he's a man who looks after himself. As this is another identical ball on a length, played with a forward defensive back to the bowl and no run. Yes, do you get the odd cake in? Is there too many, actually? Oh, too many. You? Yeah. Do you? Well, if you're listening around the Nottinghamshire area, I don't want that to sound ungrateful. No. May I suggest you get it in Friday or Saturday, because I've gone for Sunday and Monday. Porter, on his way. We're fine. You'll get enough cake for your tea. In he comes, bowls, and is driven a little fuller. Back down the wicket, Snater, who came on as the second change from the Radcliffe Road end before lunch. He got the wicket. Haynes nicked a ball through to Pepper. Took the catch, 23. Haynes made. The score was 74 for 4. That was after a reasonably healthy 47-run partnership from Clark and Haynes. Sorry, Haynes and McCann, rather. As outside off stump through, keeper takes the ball, but this time the batsman didn't have to play. He shouldered arms because it was outside off stump. Nottinghamshire, after 2 overs post lunch, have not scored a run. 78 for 5. I know most people are in a position to be able to look up the scores on the BBC Sport website and app, but if you're not, I'll do that for you now. Durham are 113 for 2. That's at Chesterley Street against Warwickshire. Durham, of course, lost here in the last round of matches. Warwickshire drew with Sussex. Surrey, the three-time defending champions, are 125 for 4 at the Oval against Hampshire. 2 wickets for Kyle Abbott, 2 for Brad Wheel. Yorkshire going along nicely, 105 for 1 at Headingley against Worcestershire. Adam Lyth 50 not out. Here's Cook. 2 maidens to start the afternoon, but Verena can't get this one away. I thought that was going to be broken, that sequence, by a drop onto the leg side. And the other one in Division 1, Sussex 127 for 2 against Somerset. That's at Hove in the Battle of the Tom-Toms. Sussex and Somerset. Don Sussex, Tom Haynes, Tom Clark, Tom Allsop. Somerset, Tom Lammonby, Tom Abel, Tom Banton. 6 Toms playing in that one. 78 for 5. 14th ball after lunch is another dot worked to Allison at point. Your Division 2 scores begin at Bristol, where Gloucestershire are 105 for 1 against Glamorgan. Battle of the GGs. Middlesex 91 for 4 at Canterbury against Kent. Northants 97 for 2 at Old Trafford against Lancashire. And Leicestershire 154 for 2 against Derbyshire. He's out now, but Sol Budinger, formerly of this parish, 81 from 82 balls to get Leicestershire off to a rip-roaring start in the Battle of the East Midlands Division 2 sides. Next delivery is sent down by Sam Cook and eased into the offside. You made me very jealous during the winter. You always make me very jealous because you only pipe up when you're in some exotic place, Mr. Topley. But there you were, sending pictures from the magnificent SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles, which I was envious of, watching an NFL game in the SoFi Stadium. Good stadium?
Unbelievable. You just... It's like a different world, the SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles. Yeah, gosh.
Cook halfway through his 11th. Bowls now, and there's going to be a couple of runs at least here. He's squirted this between the 2 slips and the gully. Might have enough juice on it to go all the way to the rope. It does. We had to wait a while for the first boundary this morning, but the first scoring shot of the afternoon is a boundary for Kyle Verena off the outside edge, safely along the ground between slips and gully. Notts are 82 for 5, Verena up to 6.
Yeah, they played it with soft hands, went in the gap, easy 4 runs, moral victory for the bowler, but listen, 4 runs to the batsman.
What can you equate it to, the SoFi Stadium? Have you been to bigger? Have you been to as big?
No.
Bigger than anything you've seen before?
Or brighter or better? No, I haven't.
82 for 5. Next one is defended by the South African keeper batting.
Well, we went on a family holiday to visit our son, who likes to spend time in Los Angeles, and he can see himself perhaps living there when cricket finishes. But what a stadium. He invited me to go for an evening out to watch the American football, and I have to say it was superb.
Cook past umpire Hartley, and there'll be a couple more here to Verena, again similarly leaning forward with an open face. In fact, they're near the single. Good work by Allison, 83 for 5.
It's a monster stadium just outside of LA.
Yeah. Inglewood?
Yes, you go through Inglewood to get to it. Correct. It's over to the left after you pass.
I've not
Correct.
been.
Correct.
I've not been, but
Inglewood and then over to the left. It stands out for miles. I mean, it's a covered area, but not just the stadium, but it's like a, what do you call those anteaters? Armadillo. It's like an extended armadillo, so it has like a bit of a city feel underneath.
I've seen the pictures.
The seating, the food, everything about it was just superb. I couldn't criticise. The TV screens and the gantry that go round the stadium above the middle. You know, it's huge. Porter, who commences his second over after lunch, in he comes, he bowls, and this is ballooned in the air, that's going to fall safely. He was looking to pull, it was the South African, Verena, and he got into a bad position. It was on him a little bit quicker, and he's ballooned it in the air, but it's missed or fallen short of both extra cover and indeed mid-off. So he survives an opportunity, and I have to say that was a poor bit of batsmanship. Gosh, will he make Essex suffer now? Will he?
Leading edge, wasn't it?
In he comes, looking to pull it, and there's a playing a miss through to the keeper. There is no run. So when Porter pitches it up, he's... I'm going to say again, he got himself into a bad position. He was looking to play the cross-bat shot on that particular ball, and it probably bounced on him, and hence the leading edge. And what I was about to say earlier is, I know Cook has bowled a spell, or started a spell after lunch from the top end, the pavilion end. Wouldn't surprise me if they whip him off and make him bowl from Porter after Porter. Porter's in this time. It's pitched up, comes forward, does Verena into the offside. There is no run. So I'm just wondering if there's a little bit more bounce, maybe just a bit more pace from this Radcliffe Road end. That's what I would do as a captain. I'll be looking. Cook can follow Porter in maybe. Do you put another seamer on? Did you say Simon Harmer, come and have a little bowl from the pavilion end? Porter, a ring on the offside, 2 slips and a gully waiting. This is played with an open face bat safely into the offside. There is no run. The umpires exchange views. I suggest there might be 2 balls left.
Yeah, it's one ground where you can't really lose count because it's all up there for you.
Yes. Every scoreboard around the county grounds are so different. You have to study it before the start of play just to remind yourself where all the information actually is. Porter in close fade there into the leg side from a straight delivery, safely negotiated, no run.
It's a wonder they haven't decided to standardise the scoreboard. This is how it will be. You must all have one exactly the same. But you're quite right. There aren't 2 the same, are they? They've all got their own different little mannerisms and quirks and able to offer you different information.
Your scoreboard...
We're spoiled here. We're spoiled.
...is quick.
Yeah.
Very quick.
But we're spoiled. It's all on there.
Porter in. This is driven into the offside. It's fielded... I'm looking to see who fielded that. That's the end of the over. I think that is Critchley.
Yes, Critchley is...
who's moved from third slip into the ring on the offside. So Essex are quite happy just seeing Nottinghamshire just turn the tap off, don't give them any runs. They're taking a slip out, put him in the ring on the offside. Hey, well, they're prepared to play a waiting game.
NFL your thing? Have you been before? Because I love it.
I know you love it.
Yeah.
I have to say I enjoyed it. I enjoyed everything about it. Reece took...
Does Reece, is he a fan?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
So we had 2 weeks out there and we watched LA Dodgers. He saw LA Dodgers a lot. I saw them in 2. One of their games was in that final.
Okay. I don't do baseball as this is turned on the leg side. No run.
Yeah, had a Dodger burger.
Oh.
Or a Dodger dog, hot dog. I mean,
and were tickets easy to come by, or was it the fact that Reece knew somebody? No wink. Yeah.
They attend. I mean, LA love their sport.
Yeah.
And we watched the American football at the Sophie Stadium, where England are due to play at the World Cup.
Yeah.
Which would be phenomenal to see England play there.
83 for 5. Cook bowls again to Lyndon James, turns this to mid-on, yet to get off the mark, Lyndon. That's his 20th ball faced.
And we watched LA Lakers one night. Oh, that was it. So I watched the LA Lakers one night, and the next night I saw and listened to Stevie Wonder.
Oh, crikey.
It was a star-studded weekend with the American football and the baseball.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always wanted to go to the baseball, but the Dodgers won the World Series title.
Oh, it was the actual World Series, was it?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Crikey. 83 for 5. Next ball is Played by Lyndon James. He's going to get off the mark, but he'll have to put a bit of a shift on to get down to the far end as Allison throws to it. Northane at Gully dived to stop the ball. He just parried it into the general area where Allison was fielding. They set off for a run, but Lyndon James had to be quick, but he gets off the mark from his 21st delivery, 84 for 5 knots. And Verena, I was watching Lyndon James. Did something happen to Verena at this end? He's taken his gloves off and helmet and bat, and Simon Harmer's just checking he's okay. Of course, a South African international teammate, and they've played a lot together in the past, and I just wonder if he's okay.
I think the physio's coming out.
Oh, he's wiping his eye. I think he's got a fly in his eye. I wonder if there's a lot of mozzies or something about then. He's wiping his eyes and getting Lyndon just to look into his eyes and check that he's okay. So we had it with Sam Cook running in and Verena running in this direction as well. He's obviously got a face full of mozzies or gnats or midges or whatever other beasts are out there.
In certain parts of the world, you suddenly have an influx of flying ants that come up from the ground. I know you had that in Zimbabwe.
Yeah, I don't know what season that is. I don't think we generally have it as early as this, do we? No. Don't they only live for about 24 hours or something? Something ridiculous. Anyway, here's Cook, halfway through his 12th over, bowls to Verena, gets on the front foot and defends.
Smallish man, which traditionally keepers over the years have been. Jack Russell, Wayne Noon here.
Yeah, he's the match referee.
Yes,
for this one,
I saw that. But last week we were discussing, because we had Michael Pepper, Ben Folkes, and we were talking about keepers. That, Marcus Droskovic is kept. I mean, he's not small. Keepers have suddenly got a little bit bigger, which means they have a slightly longer reach.
Next ball is turned to leg by Verena. No run, 84 for 5. Nottinghamshire. Quiet start to the afternoon. They were 78 for 5. We've had about 20 minutes. We should be into the 2 o'clock news on BBC Radio Nottingham, but not got it in our ears yet. But in the 20 minutes we've had, knots are 6 without loss. And that's from 5 overs.
2 slips and a gully, ring on the offside, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
Sun continues to beat down as Cook bowls. Verena will get a couple more, just picking his spot on the offside. Chased by Jordan Cox. 2 more, 86 for 5. There is that update for BBC Radio Nottingham. Nice shot on the live stream of the skies over Trent Bridge. Here is that radio update.
Action at Trent Bridge for day 1 of their match against Essex. Dave Bracegirdle is there for us.
Quiet start to the afternoon. We've been playing 20 minutes or so since lunch. 8 runs added to the total. Knots in all sorts of strife this morning. 78 for 5 at lunch. They've moved that on to 86 for 5.
Looking at your weather in Nottinghamshire now, dry and really sunny.
There's my quick update. 15 seconds I get done in the 2 o'clock news. 15 seconds.
Do you?
I wasn't counting, but
do they tell you on each one you get 15 seconds or longer? As Porter's in off the back foot into the offside, no run.
2, 3 and 4
A longer.
No, 2, 3 and 4, so now 3 and 4. It's a shared programme throughout the afternoon, so everything's timed. Our afternoon show covers the entire East Midlands, so we've got to be in and out of the news at such a specific time, and they allocate 15 seconds to cricket in those 3 bulletins.
Porter in, driven on the front foot, straight to a fielder. There is no run. Nice shot. BBC Essex have won 11, 1 and 4. My 1 o'clock one was marginally longer than I wanted it to be, because I had plenty to say.
Yeah.
5 wickets, win the toss, 4 for 2, and Porter and Cook and Snater. And
people hanging on your every word, understandably. I get it.
Porter's in outside off stump, left alone, and that is not the over. There's still a little bit to go.
Sorry, 5 down, 133 for 5 at the Oval against Hampshire.
We might have a guest. Hey? Surrey, what did you say?
I said Surrey are 133 for 5.
Who's still at the wicket?
All these questions.
Folkes hasn't been dismissed yet. He was this season. He was not out twice last week.
Oh, well, he's been dismissed now.
Oh, that's a ball that's just nipped back against the Lyndon James, who's played that, but it's beaten him, come off the inside of the thigh into the slip area there.
So Abbott has got 3 wickets, Brad Wheeler's got 2, and it's Ryan Patel who's joined Dom Sibley at the crease.
Right. The last few years, Hampshire haven't done very well at the Oval. Done all right at the home ground, but not at the Oval. That's a quality delivery there, which has squared Lyndon James up, and it's gone through to the keeper. That's carried through again, and I definitely would prefer to bowl from this end. I think there's just a little bit more pace and maybe a little bit more bounce from the Radcliffe Road end. That's what I've seen from the first over this morning.
We never know who's going to be in our press box downstairs. Last week Matt Henry was here from BBC Sport Online, so we snared him. He came up and joined us for a few passages of play.
Porter's in, bowls, and this is an edge. It's well bowled. He's played it with soft hands. It's gone down, but it's gone between second slip and gully in the vacant area. No third man, so they collect 4 runs. Listen, he's played that quite nicely. Played it with soft hands. It's gone down. The end of the over, 90 for 5, and Porter has 12 overs, 2 for 16.
It's generally fish and chips downstairs on a Friday. I know Don had the pie. He's not a pescatarian or whatever or whatever the word is, but I told him whilst he was down there heading off for his lunch, just cast your fishing rod and see if you can find somebody to bring back up with you this afternoon. And James Coyne is here from the Cricketer. He came and joined us a couple of times, I think last year, James. I can't remember if it was good for Notts or bad for Notts, but it's good to see you. Thanks for popping up and sharing part of your day with us here on behalf of the Cricketer, no doubt. Welcome back to Trent Bridge and welcome to the commentary box.
Thank you, Dave.
We'll bring you in through the course of the piece as Cook bowls and this is eased into the offside. Particular focus on this game, or are you here for a one-on-one interview with one of the personalities, or are you just here watching a day's cricket? You're here for the fish and chips?
Well, we're all here for the scones and the fish and chips, Dave. But no, it's been, I mean, to be honest, it's been a very engrossing game, this, isn't it? It's absolutely really high quality, and it's been a pleasure to watch Cook and... I know I'm preaching to the converted here with Don to my right, but to see Cook and Porter has been an absolute pleasure. It's absolutely superb this morning.
Good as any, aren't they, as a twosome around the county circuit. Sam Cook comes in and bowls, and this is pushed down the ground so straight, in fact, that it clatters into the stumps at Lyndon James end, and there's no run.
And it's interesting actually to see him bowling at Carl Verena, because if Sam is going to make this step up to international cricket, I mean, Carl Verena is a proven international player, so it's quite interesting actually to see him go against Verena, I think.
Well, it's interesting when the last dismissal came and Lyndon James came out to join Verena. It was quite funny because they stood next to each other, which reminds me again as Cook is on his way in.
Past umpire Hartley now. Bowl short, pulled away, absolutely dismissed from his presence by the Western Province in South Africa. Wicket-keeper batter for 4. He's a very, very, very good player from what I saw of him last year. Tremendous shot, 94 for 5.
He's petite, he's quite small, and standing next to Lyndon James, who is 6'5", 6'6", and that reminds me, and like you just saw just then with a cracking pull shot, as a bowler you have to bowl those different lengths to keep people coming forward. So you've got to bowl differently at both these fellas.
Cook got a hat-trick on this ground last year, bowls a fullish delivery, Verena keeps it out, and there's no run. I never want to go quietly. In my season preview for the BBC, I said that there's an argument to be had. He's had such a good winter for South Africa. He averages over 50 in first-class cricket. He must be right up there as one of the best wicket-keeper batters in world cricket at the moment.
Absolutely. There's a few people actually, I think, who named their Test 11s last year and got a bit of flack for not putting him in there. So you're not the only. It's good. You're right to raise it, Dave.
He's on 13. probably cooked his goose now. He'll probably get a Jaffa, but he runs this down into the gully. Here for the season for Notts. We'll miss the period of the World Test Championship, the World Series, as Don's just been talking about, which is what, towards the end of May?
I think it's June at the
Right.
World Test Championship, I think.
So that's after the England-Zimbabwe here.
Yes, that's correct.
You'll all troop off to have a little bit of Australia versus South Africa,
Wow.
which should be a good one.
Well, there's a few travelling across from South Africa, I gather. Yeah. Hugh Page, an old Essex player, is bringing a whole load over.
94 for 5. Next delivery sent down and pushed into the offside, and there's no run, fielded by Jordan Cox. The afternoon began with Notts on 78 for 5. They've added 16.
Yeah, I mean, they're sticking at it, aren't they? I mean, as you say, quite a good contrast. Dom makes the point, you know, you've got Verena, who's very sort of diminutive, and Lyndon James is sort of tall and willowy. And I suppose the most extraordinary example of that you see in the pictures down the years was Clive Lloyd with Harry Pilling, which is the most famous example of that.
But
It's not quite as big as that.
Will Jefferson and James Taylor.
Will Jefferson and James Taylor, but another very good example.
Good one.
Yeah.
But you do, when you're a bowler, you have to bowl differently.
Yeah.
Your good length to Taylor will be very different to your good length to Will Jefferson. You
yeah.
have, and that's a skill. It's not just by luck it happens. It's a skill. You've got to be in your trajectory. You release it earlier to pitch it up. As Porter starts a new over, and this is played into the offside. It's a dot ball, good delivery, but also well respected for defensive.
Well, and as you sort of allude to there, Don. I mean, as someone who's played at a much lower level than Carl Verena, but is of a similar height, 5'6", you know, certainly the cut shot is something as a short man that you play a lot, and you know he's very, very strong on that as well. And you've got to get your length right to stop him playing that shot, really.
Well, we can bring it home to Trent Bridge in a minute, exactly what you've just said. As Porter bowls, this is manipulated, it's bowled quite straight, forced, but perhaps closed the face into the leg side where there is no run. There was a fella here who used to play here, he used to annoy me when I bowled, because you'd have big tall Stuart Broad or Franklin Stevenson, and then you'd have at the other end Paul Johnson. And if he's listening, very good afternoon to you, Jono, who is a lovely man, but so awkward to bowl at. And I'll tell you why these guys are awkward to bowl at. As Porter bowls, nice and straight, hits the splice again. For me, it just makes a slightly different noise when it hits the splice. So Porter's bowling at Lyndon James, who's tall, and he'll bowl at what he perceives as a good length to him. Now, if that good length is bowled at the same ball to Verena, he might be happy to hang back. You've got to encourage, I think the words I used, encourage the fella, the batsman, to come forward. That's what you want him to do. So Porter against the tall Lyndon James. And that's a play and a miss. A bit of a fishing shot. He's tried to force off the back foot. He's missed it, but there was a chance of a nick. I would suggest he could have left that ball well alone.
Yeah, I mean, you know, again, I suppose as a short man, if you know you can hang on the back foot, that's what you want in a way. If you know you're picking up, you don't have to make that decision to come forward. It changes everything in the way you're approaching the shot.
So when you bowl and the trajectory it comes out your hand, you have to release it slightly earlier to go fuller at Lyndon James compared to Verena. Porter in. And this is a little fuller, where it's just push-driven into the offside, no run.
Yeah, and Lyndon James, you know, he obviously had a fantastic week last week, scoring that 100. So he'll obviously be full of confidence. And although he hasn't made a lightning start here, he's got to believe that he's in the form that he can see this through and really guide Notts to to a reasonable total, I suppose.
Absolutely. I mean, he's becoming a very good all-rounder. Good all-rounders are like gold dust. Porter in, right arm over, bowl short and wide,
Shot.
And that's gone for 4. Very quickly, very powerfully, and probably, and I hope he won't mind, or his family won't mind, if I say to Jamie Porter, that's your worst delivery of the day.
Yeah, and they both bowl 13 overs, these two guys, and they're asked to do a lot of work, and I suppose that it'd be interesting to know how sure Essex were about bowling, because obviously Shardul Thacker not being here, the backup seamers, a bit of a question mark for Essex. So I'll be interested to know how much they sort of ummed and ahed about that decision.
Well, I'll be interested to see if Brace talks to somebody in the Nottinghamshire camp what they would have done. I think it was essential
I
they
think
get
that's what
early
inserted.
wickets.
They did last week.
Did they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Noah Fane. This will be interesting to see how he goes with his second spell. 4 overs, no maidens, none for 26. He came on after he'd been really tight at the start of the contest. The first 12 overs, not really struggled to get it away. Fane came on, and Freddie McCann and was in round about then. Joe Clark were able to get some runs on the board. Here's Thane in, bowls, and Verena works this to leg for a single. Middlesex is 6 down at Canterbury in Division 2. 109 for 6.
I note one of your old boys, Dane Patterson, still isn't here, has personal issues and hasn't travelled to Lords to join Middlesex.
No, I saw that. Exchanged messages with Dane a few times last week because, of course, he was part of the Eastern Province side. He's a teammate of David Beddingham and Carl Verena, and they just sat and watched it rain in Potchefstroom last week. This one's dug out and there's no run. Were you at a game last week?
I was at Northants against Kent, and and Kent looked. I mean, the wicket was quite spicy, and it was sort of just short of a length, doing quite a lot, and it caused a lot of problems for the batters. But a good contest.
Nathan Gilchrist has got 3 of the Middlesex 6 wickets in Division 2.
Delighted to see a bowler called Dudgeon turn up in English cricket. It looks quite good as well.
99 for 5. Next ball is work to leg by Lyndon James. Notts bring the 100 up in the 36th over. My word, this has been a bit of a crawl. It's been tough for Notts. So no ball as well. Umpire Hartley standing there with his arm outstretched, waiting for the light to come on. There it is. The scorers. You'll have to tell me again. Don, is it Paul Parkinson?
Paul Parkinson,
and
yes,
Ian
sorry.
Smith are on duty. 100. The 2 hasn't. Now it has. There we are. 102 for 5. So Fane with a less than tight start to his second spell. Goes for another single there. This is pushed into the offside. And there's a single taken, fielded by Jordan Cox. 103 for 5 on a glorious day in the East Midlands. No other dramatic changes to scores anywhere else since I gave you the lunchtime scores. Sussex are 142 for 5 now against Somerset. Down at Hove, that'll be lovely down there if the conditions are like this. James on 10. Drives this down the ground. There was a combined shot from my right from both James and from Don, and I can only echo that as well. A lovely straight drive down the ground. He made 125 last week, came in at number 8, so he's been elevated in the order this week because Notts used a night watchman last week, but that's a lovely shot.
Yeah, I saw Jamal Richards was playing in the Essex 2s at the moment, or certainly was last week. I imagine they'll have a decision to make at some point as and when he comes in.
He's coming back from an injury.
Next ball on its way now in James' defence. There's a young man I'm not familiar of his work in the squad, Mackenzie Jones.
Mackenzie Jones on a rookie contract. He's in the nicest possible way. He's raw, but he's talented.
End.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's gone behind the sight screen. Yeah, Jamal Richards is swings the ball at a decent pace.
Is he going to appear?
Slightly round arm, so it accentuates the swing.
There's Cook bowling and James defends. There is a body behind the makeshift sight screen at the far end. Oh, it's the end of the over anyway.
The building site.
It can now appear. The building site, yeah. The scaffold. Do you remember? Oh, of course you don't remember. Don does. Do you remember the scaffold? 107 for 5. And their big hit was the scaffold.
No. Go on, we were talking.
Do.
Go on, I don't. Go on.
Lily of the Pink.
Gosh, Lily of
the
the
scaffold,
Pink.
wasn't it?
I mainly come in here for the pop trivia, Dave. I've got to be honest. It's fantastic.
Roger McGough.
Absolutely fantastic. Oh, Roger McGough. There you go.
It was a scaffold.
I didn't know that.
No, I can't remember that. I think
Lily
that was
the pink.
Yeah, I remember him. I remember the song. But Yeah.
She invented medicine.
Still compound. Yeah. That's probably 70s.
I would say 70.
Yeah,
69 or 70.
Okay.
Hang on, or was that the Archies? Oh no, that was Sugar Sugar. No, I was right first time. Here's Shane Snater.
And you're... In comes Snater. Right arm over the wickets. Driven into the offside. There is no run. Well fielded. Powerfully hit, but no run.
Have we got any emails, Donald,
Yes,
that will send
I'm
us
sure.
off on another tangent?
Yep. Don't forget, if you want to contact us, you're most welcome on BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com and Topper Senior at Brace Cricket and at BBC RNS Radio Nottingham Sport.
Kevin Marriott, you can't win a game on the first morning, but you can certainly lose it. It's not lost yet, Kev.
This is driven slightly loosely into the offside, but there is no run. We had many communications this morning. It's great to have the interaction with people that perhaps buy your magazine, The Cricketer.
Absolutely.
And it's just great to have cricket folk making contact, talking cricket, whether it's school, international. Rob Key's here today. Did you see him?
I saw him up on the train
Did
this
you?
morning. Yeah,
Oh,
with Luke
on the
Wright.
train?
Yeah. Bit of a confession there.
Oh, really? Did you ask for an interview as Snater bowls and this is driven up to mid-off, no run?
Tried not to interrupt their serenity. They were deep in discussion about probably England selection, so I didn't want to barge in too much. But I did say hello. Say a quick
And
hello.
we had a couple of emails about bowlers and the schedule, and unfortunately Tongue's not playing, right?
Yeah.
Resting or whatever. But Carse is injured. Mark Wood's injured. So we might find a few newish bowlers being involved against Zimbabwe. Snater in, driven, back down the ground. That's beautifully straight. And it's Porter who's going to have to run after it. We can't see. By the sounds of the cheer, I think it's gone over the boundary rope for 4. What a beautiful, controlled, textbook shot.
And I suppose on that subject, Don, I know that in English cricket we always tend to have one eye on the Ashes, especially if it's an overseas Ashes. We've got to think about the type of bowlers we're picking. But if you're asking me right now, and perhaps this is recency bias of seeing him play today, but if you ask me right now, should Sam Cook be in the Test team for the Test here? I think he probably should be.
Snater, it is, and this is driven into the offside. I actually thought Cook. We've seen the support bowlers come on, Snater now, but we saw Noah Thane, who is a young, learning bowler, and he's having a challenging day here at Trent Bridge, supporting the other bowlers. But I thought Cook came off early. I thought he would come on at this end and follow Porter in, but he hasn't. It's what a gentleman that got his career best here, 7 for Shane Snater from the Netherlands and Zimbabwe. Again, it's driven down the ground, but this time he tried to stick a hand out to try and parry it onto the stumps. He missed the ball, but the ball did cannon into the stumps, but it didn't hit the fielding team, so it's prevented for going for 4. End of the over, 111 for 5.
Well, certainly Josh Tongue's done his chances no harm either with that display last week, which really, and Dave would have seen it much ball by ball, but it looked superb, certainly on the highlights that I saw anyway.
You wouldn't be aware of this, but Dave told us on air this morning that Josh Tongue was challenged, not by his bowling, but by his batting. Joe Clark said to him, if you get yourself a 50, I'll give you one of my bats.
A 50 this season. He'd never had a 50 in his career before, and he went out and did it in his first knock for knots. That's what he was most pleased about post-match. He was obviously delighted with how it had gone. He was rusty in the first innings. He wouldn't have picked him for England or maybe even for Nottinghamshire again on his first innings bowling, but he just knew there was more in the tank as this is pushed in the offside. Second innings, he just changed the game with that 4-wicket burst.
That's what fast bowlers can do, can't they? They can go to the boundary quickly as well, but they have the ability to change the course of a game.
Absolutely. One thing I was going to ask you, Don, actually, it's incredibly dry here for April. I mean, do you think later in the game there might be any reverse swing, or is that very hard to get with the Dukes?
No, not at all. It could happen easily.
Beg your pardon. Fane bowls, and now I can tell you the score. It's 112 for 5, and I'll put my feet back down. Single taken by Lyndon James. He's on 15. Carl Verena is on 19, and they've added 34 for this 6th wicket.
At the moment, this pitch probably isn't too abrasive. It might be abrasive, but it's not too abrasive. Chelmsford last week, after days 2 and into day 3, that wicket at Chelmsford was abrasive. And that's when reverse swing comes into play, when you've got these wickets where the ball disintegrates a little bit, or certainly after 30-40 overs you do get reverse swing.
There's an LBW shout as Fane nips one back into Carl Verena, who was certainly beaten by it, by the laid-in ducker, but would have done too much, I suspect. Have to keep having a look at umpire Hartley. He took an absolute age before giving Joe Clark out this morning. He gave himself plenty of time to try and find a reason why he didn't think it should be given, and couldn't find one, and raised the finger. It's one of those, a lot of people have had a look, and a lot of people feel it was perhaps going down the leg side. The next one is short and just slammed away by Verena. Fielder out on the leg side, so it's only one. It's a nicely pulled shot by the South African. He'll just get a single.
Yeah, Verena's got the air of a man who knows he just needs to try and get through the next sort of hour or two. I mean, I know it's not, if Harmer comes on, that's no easy thing either, but I think he knows he's got to just be patient here and just see through this period.
Almost certainly his Nottinghamshire average will come down. He's averaging 248 from his 3 matches last year. 27 years of age, hails from Pretoria. This is his 94th first-class match. This is driven now by Lyndon James through the offside. Going to get a couple. They might go. They might take one for the arm. They will indeed. So 3 to Lyndon James. So that's just getting the board moving a little bit again against the change bowlers of Fane and Snater. James last week on his 5th career first-class 100, and 3 of them have come against Durham, which is quite a high percentage.
It's interesting. Didn't know that. But I mean, you can see now why he's been picked in Lions squads and things like that, because he just got such good balance at the crease.
Signed a contract extension yesterday. He'll be here at least until the end of 2027, as Verena just squared up a little bit, pushes this back to the bowler. That's always nice. Things going on in the background that you don't know about. There's obviously been in talks, get that signed and done, and you can not worry about any potential contract issues for another 3 years or so.
Yeah, how's Calvin Harrison getting on for Northants today? I'll have a little look.
Is he playing today?
He's playing at Old Trafford for Northants. Yeah, he's on loan.
That's well, he won't have taken to the field yet. Next ball pushed into the offside no run. Northants 133 for 2. Let's just make sure he is playing. There he is. Yep. Luke Proctor, the skipper.
Yeah, but potentially if Northants can get Northants is sort of the other county I follow quite closely, and if they can get a decent score there and they have their leg spinner bowling in the last innings, that could be quite an interesting little game for and Old Trafford's always got a bit in there for the spinners, hasn't it? So
yeah.
Could be a good bit of experience for him.
118 for 5. That's the voice of James Coyne from the Cricketer magazine. Nice to for James, I guess, and all of us to get out and watch some cricket.
So you do that in the summer?
Yeah.
You go to games?
That's exactly where I was going.
What do you do in the winter?
Oh, well, trust me, Don.
For stories?
Trust me, Don, there's enough going on. I mean, I was going. Funny enough, you mentioned Dom Sibley. He was playing in the BPL this winter, so there's always some cricket going on somewhere. I mean, I was a bit surprised when I saw Dom Sibley turn up in the BPL, but there you go.
It's Snater to start a new over, where he's bowled very straight, driven back.
That, of course, is the Bulgarian Premier League, which is now in full swing.
Are you, when you work for a magazine like you do, are you one of these people that wakes up in the morning and finds cricket on anywhere in the world and watches it?
There is, yes, Don. I'm absolutely tragic in that way. But I suppose with it being a magazine, it's not just we're not just doing the cricket that's been played. We're looking at historical articles. We're writing obituaries. We're writing book reviews. We're doing a bit of everything really. So it's all the stuff that goes on around the game.
Snater bowls, played into the offside to the left of cover, where Noah Thane does a good bit of fielding, returns it to the keeper. There is no run.
And actually, the winter gives us a chance to sort of think more about nice features, you know, that you can really, winter warmer features we call them a little bit, that you can really sink your teeth into, whereas the summer there's so much cricket in England, and we are in, you know, a British cricket magazine. You know, it's actually nice to sort of sit down and think about ideas over the winter and do nice longer features on historical stuff, or, you know, how the game's going around the world, stuff like that.
As Snater's in, driven into the offside. That's going to pierce the infield. That's a gorgeous shot as he's opened the face on the front foot and pierced the infield and gone to the short boundary for 4.
And actually, just to give a bit of a plug, the last issue but one that we did was on Red Ball domestic cricket around the world, and you know, looking at all the different tournaments around the world. Dave's mentioned Western Province playing in South Africa. We had a look at that one. We had a look at all of them. You know, the Ranji Trophy, Pakistan's, obviously the Sheffield Shield, and sort of gave them a bit of a health check, really.
Snater in. It's driven. This time not quite as strong with the foot movement, but it's driven into the covers. There is no run. Yes, very enjoyable. I'm a bit like you. My Mrs. T does get frustrated
Yes.
when I find all kinds of cricket on the TV.
But you know what it's like, Don. Once you get the bug for cricket, you know, it's one of those things that just keeps giving, doesn't it? And there's always something to find in a. There's always something to analyse, isn't there?
Well, I'm probably twice your age, and I still get excited. I still get excited when the cricket season arrives. As Snater, this is driven into the offside, check drive there. Yes, I wake up when the daffodils. I am generally morose in the winter.
Yes.
I try to go away a fair bit of it.
Seasonal affective disorder, I have that a bit as well.
Yeah, and then when the daffodils start to come up and you see them produce a flower, the tulips, there's a ball inspection while we're not wasting any time here. And then in our area where we live, and I don't know about up here, we had this discussion last week actually, there is a beautiful yellow scene in the fields around East Anglia where we have oilseed rape.
Yep.
And when you have the background of a blue sky, it is stunning. And certainly when I was driving to Chelmsford last week, most days I'd look at the oilseed rape and it would bring joy to my heart, because it is the sign that the summer is coming. Snater in, and this is driven into the offside. No run.
Yeah.
It's a no ball, was it?
Well
spotted, Mr. Brace. Yeah, 124 for 5, as this scoreboard works very quickly.
Funny enough, I was down, just a quick aside, I was down in Gloucestershire last weekend, and things hadn't quite come out as much there. The blossom was only just coming out and the magnolia was just coming out, whereas in our neck of the woods, I'm sort of from Bedfordshire, so similar to you, it was coming out probably a little bit earlier. So the cheer came to our hearts possibly slightly earlier.
Absolutely right. Snater's in, and this is forward defensive, back down to the bowler who imitates a throw, and there is no run. End of the over, 124 for 5. Lyndon James on 22, Carl Verriane is on 20.
But yeah, I mean, let's be honest, throughout the whole country, we couldn't have got any luckier with the weather for these opening rounds. And it's probably a good thing, not that I'm anti-Kookaburra particularly, but it's probably a good thing that we got the Dukes, because if it was the Kookaburra and it was the older Kookaburras, this could be very, very high scoring. So probably a good thing that we got the Dukes for these early rounds in this weather.
Yeah.
Nick Brown makes his way off the field. He's just been on for a couple of overs as the sub-fielder, whilst Jamie Porter had a little comfort break. Bedfordshire, the cricketing wilderness.
Well,
hang on, there's a few. Hang on, we can talk
Emilio
about
Gay.
Emilio Gay, yeah. Ned Larkins, Wayne Larkins.
Yeah, he played at my club.
Monty Panesar.
124 for 2. Start of a new over, and crisp punch into the offside by Verena. Of course,
Alan Fordham.
Alan Fordham, yeah.
Hey, who's in charge of the cricketing schedule at the ECB.
Didn't Derek Randall coach there for years?
He did.
Yes.
Coached at Bedford School, yeah.
Yes. So, and then when we're doing word association, when you talk about Bedford School, Alistair
Cook, yeah, absolutely.
Cricketing wilderness. Raina's on 20.
I'm trying not
pushed
to
into the offside. Well, the reason I've lured you in, a couple of runs there, 126 for 5. This morning we had a correspondent saying, isn't it time that Lincolnshire and Staffordshire were admitted into
first class cricket?
And I said, well, people in say Devon and Cornwall would say, what about us? Don obviously came up with Norfolk and Suffolk. There's other areas, other pockets of the country, national counties, that would say, you know, we can sustain a first class county given the chance, as the next one's worked to wideish mid on.
Funnily enough, we make a point of trying to cover the national counties a bit, and Berkshire are the one that have done incredibly well. Staffordshire obviously historically very, very strong. But yeah, no, it's interesting. And I mentioned Jamal Richards earlier on. He played a game for Beds last year, I think, or the year before. Yeah.
Noah Fain into his 7th over now, bowls to Carl Verena.
And actually, the one thing that the national counties does do, actually, that's quite interesting, and I know I don't want to bring up the H word again, the 100, sorry to bring it up, but in August, it's obviously the only red ball cricket that's on is the National Counties Championship, so it does serve a purpose in that way. And you know, if you really do want to go and watch red ball cricket in August, that's the place you go and watch it.
I played minor counties cricket for Norfolk back in the day, in the 80s, and they were all 2-day games, 4 innings in 2-day games.
Yeah. 126 for 5 as Verena keeps this out.
And obviously there's a cost implication, but they've extended it to 3-day games, which is much better, because those 2-day 4 innings games, you know, you get a score, you declare, and look, you combine to have a 4th innings finish. But you want the game to organically play out as best you can.
But generally that was being played by people who work Monday to Friday, 9 to 5.
They were.
Yes. And that is absolutely how it's. Dave's absolutely right. It has changed in that way, that the players now tend to be younger in the national counties, often school teachers or students. Next
delivery sees Verena with a swish of the bat, force it away square of the wicket on the offside. You know, the likes of Nigel Gadsby used to captain Cambridgeshire. He was a farmer from he's a bit of a legendary character in my neck of the woods. You wouldn't get too many of those playing national counties cricket these days. I suspect we're going to have some twirly-whirly stuff in the not-too-distant future, Don, because we've got helmets and pads and other paraphernalia being brought out.
Harmer's on from the Radcliffe Road end. He's taken his cap off, he's presented it to the umpire, Milnes. Yeah, you were talking about Harmer struggling a little bit more last summer, and especially at Chelmsford. What I would say about Simon, people are not really aware that for the last 2 seasons he's struggled with a bad back. Now, if he was a seam bowler, he might be called a red spot or near to a stress fracture. He was concerned a couple of years ago because he plays all around the year now. Whether it's SA20 or other cricket over there, One Day Cup over there, but he is a cracking bowler, one of the best or better finger spinners around the world, and just a brilliant off spinner, and a very skilled man, big hands, high action, trajectory. But he's on from
and he's going to bowl to the fella who's kept wicket to him 1,000 times.
He has indeed. And Harmer bowls his first ball, gives it a little bit of air, and Verena has gone down to play the reverse sweep first ball. I'm glad he's had a look at him.
I don't think they see that as a risk to the off spinner anymore, do they?
No,
we're sitting there thinking, what, if you had done 20 years ago, you'd be thinking, what's he doing? But
and he's found the fielder. There is a dot ball. Second ball comes in a little bit slower. He plays it on the length of the ball. It's a little bit shorter. There's enough room for the little fella to get inside on leg stump, and he's caressed it through for 4 runs to the short cover boundary. That was a decent shot there from Verena, but Harmer will be very watchful of this because he needs to bowl tight at him.
Brings up the 50 partnership for this 6th wicket from 107 deliveries.
That would have been
needed that,
a very good ball to Lyndon James, but not to the smaller Verena. Comes round the wicket, it's clipped into the leg side where Verena will gain a single. Deep square leg does the fielding. One more run, 131 for 5. Verena 28, Lyndon James on 22.
Yeah, I'm sure Verena and Harmer have been sort of thinking about this happening at some point during this game, having to sort of bowl and bat against each other.
Round the wicket. This time forward defensive from Lyndon James. Plays it back to Harmer. No run.
Lyndon James actually made his debut for Notts in first-class cricket against Essex as long ago as 2018. He was a very young man then, 7 years ago.
Facing Harmer. It's gone into the offside, looking for a quick single. It's gone into a space that Critchley cannot prevent the single, so Nottinghamshire take another run. Sensible cricket there from the home side.
Yeah, it was an interesting little shot by Lyndon James there. It sort of, I think he meant to get hold of it more than he did there, but he was okay.
Round the wicket, bowls. And this is clipped into the leg side with the spin to the short mid wicket. End of the Harmer first over. He went for 6. The score 133 for 5, and we've had how many overs? I'm looking for it.
41.
Yeah, so this is an interesting little test to see what Simon Harmer can get out this first day surface. I suppose he'll be thinking more about just bottling it up and trying to. I think we had 6 consecutive maidens earlier on. He'll be thinking about just trying to keep the runs down. I think at this point, won't he, probably?
Not expecting it to bite yet.
No.
Adam Lythe out for 67 for Yorkshire at Headingley. Yorkshire 162 for 3 against Worcestershire. Crikey, what a performance that was last week by the pairs.
And yeah,
we've talked about Brett D'Oliveira's dismissal, but to be able to shrug that off and still get the draw, it was
yes,
phenomenal.
It was, and
there was a bit of a spat with one of the Somerset bowlers, wasn't there?
There was a bit, yeah. I mean, and actually quite nice to do for. I'm sure a lot of people out there will know John Curtis sadly died a couple of weeks ago. Who absolutely loved Worcestershire cricket, and he was a long time correspondent for the Press Association when I started there, and he would go out of his way to try and get foreign managers, football managers, to try and come and watch the cricket. He would say to Gerard Houllier, "Please come and watch Worcestershire," and Gerard would be like, "What's this cricket he's on about?
Really?
What's he on about?"
Didn't know that.
Yeah. Great character.
Bowling change, Snater from the Stuart Broad end. This is pushed back to the bowler. Obviously, heavy ex-Worcestershire contingent here as well. Spoke to all of them, Haynes, Tong, Pennington and Joe Clark last week, and each and every one of them absolutely devastated by John Curtis's early death. Been ill for quite some time, sadly, and lost his battle last week. 133 for 5. John Curtis in, beg your pardon, Shane Snater in and bowls, and this is cut away for 4 by Lyndon James down to third man for 4 runs. I did say last week the general public might not be too familiar with the name John Curtis, but we all knew JC, but they will all have read one of his match reports, either cricket or football, over many years. He was a great servant, and anybody who'd been in the press box at New Road was certainly made to feel like his very best friend. It's a lovely shot from Lyndon James, moves on to 27, 137 for 5. Snater in again, bowls, and Lyndon James leaning forward, defends it out onto the offside. Jordan Cox fields. Middlesex lose another one at Canterbury. They're 134 for 7, disappearing down a little bit of a hole. A couple of wickets to Kashi Fally, 3 to Nathan Gilchrist, 1 to Grant Stewart, the Italian international. Yes. Always got to get a mention, the Italian internationals.
There's a few of those kicking around.
There are a few of us kicking around. Snater bowls, and this is pushed into the offside.
Old Luigi Bracegirdle.
That's right.
Eh?
That's right.
International cricketer, eh?
Yeah.
The only international cricketer in this commentary box.
Ooh,
eh?
just about. Yeah, I think so. I don't think I've played international cricket.
Yeah.
Almost. I've played in a few different countries, but I've never played for an international team. Yeah.
How many times did you play, Brace?
7, I think.
7.
Yeah.
Tops, highest score, career best? You can't remember?
No, it wasn't 50, which I was disappointed about. Got in the 40s a few times. Took I had to open the batting and the bowl in the games I played, but it was all in the
Gary Sobers.
Yeah, pay your match fee and do both. It was the 1992 European Cup, and I was talking about it to George Dobell, and he actually knows the bloke who runs the Italian
He knows
Italian Cricket
everyone.
Association,
Knows
and he got all the stats and everything, and oh yeah, we know Dave and whatever. So he wasn't the case if he didn't believe me, but he was able just to pull it up and see for himself. Just pushed into the
I
offside.
have a feeling that tournament may have been organised by the Cricketer magazine.
It was. Yeah.
What,
Yeah.
you guys made him an international.
Well,
Well,
that's right.
I mean, when you put it like
Yeah.
that, Don, it does put a slightly different light on things, doesn't it?
But not only that, all the places in the world, no, in Europe, that you
Yes.
could have the first European Cup for Associate Nations. It could have been in Malta, in Cyprus, in Germany, in Netherlands. It could have been in Ireland, Scotland. It could have been in Scandinavia. It could have been in Spain, La Manga. It could have been Portugal. We'll have it in Nottinghamshire.
Was it Worksop College, was it?
Yeah, we were all based at Worksop College.
Yeah.
I lived at home. I went home every night to Newark.
But it's great that those smaller nations are trying to take the game seriously. It is. I mean, it was. I think I'm right in saying Wayne Madsen played somewhere.
Yeah, Italy.
Gareth Berg played somewhere.
Italy.
Simon Harmer in. This is clipped with the spin, just very defensively into mid wicket where there is no run. There's a bat pad on the leg side, sort of a strip over, probably about 10 feet away, and a slip. Harmer in around the wicket. This is attempted cut. He's played the ball on the length there. As a small man, he's seen the ball, he knows he can hang back, and he tried to cut it, but he's found the fielder on the offside. No run. Harmer has to pitch it up a little bit further to Verena. He does, and it's driven back to Harmer on his follow through. No run.
By the time of the next competition, I'd left Italy and moved back here, and they tried. But
So you peaked. Peaked.
Well, I'd no longer got any qualification. I don't have an Italian passport. I wasn't born in the country, and I'd lost my residency, so I couldn't play.
Harmer in. Defensively, no run.
But they got Martin Crowe as the coach.
Oh, wow.
To be around him,
Oh,
for
amazing.
2-3 weeks, that would have been a sensation.
One of my roommates at Lord's, Martin Crowe.
Yeah.
Oh, gone too early. What a player he was. Harmer bowls. This time Verena comes down the wicket. He clips the ball, but he hits it straight back at Harmer. Harmer does the fielding. He threatens to throw. Verena then dives back into his crease. There is no run. Harmer bowls. Verena hangs back, plays it back to Harmer. Down the wicket, no run.
Well, there is an outside chance, I think, this year that Italy could qualify for the T20 World Cup.
Yeah.
I think they've
Oh,
got a
really?
Yeah, they've got half. I think they've got a reasonable chance, and they've hired John Davison, who obviously famous from the 2003
right,
World
yeah.
Cup. He's their new coach.
Canadian? No. American?
Canadian, Australian,
Yeah,
Canadian,
yeah,
but
yeah.
he's their new Italy coach.
Is he?
Yeah.
So, okay. I'm trying to think of somebody else that was playing for Italy. Madsen, Berg, Gareth Berg, and there was one
Stewart.
other.
Grant Stewart of Kent.
Grant Stewart Kent,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah.
Emilio Gay played a bit over the winter because his grandfather's Italian. He's from, another plug for Bedford. There's a lot of Italians from Bedford, and he through his grandfather played a bit for Italy over the winter.
So you're all right for pizza and pasta?
We're doing all right for that. Coffee's not too bad yet.
Very good. Ice cream.
Ice cream, yeah, it's all there, all the gelato, yeah.
Here comes Shane Snater in and bowls, and this is driven through the offside. There's going to be a couple more at least, maybe 3 for Lyndon James. He has driven the ball nicely, both straight and into the covers. Moves on to 30, 140 for 5. Nigel King says, Dave, that's great news about Sir Jimmy Anderson. Well, I've not seen anything or know anything or whatever, but Nigel,
really?
if you've just leapt off something somewhere, Dave, that's great news about Sir Jimmy Anderson has just been tweeted to me.
Well,
just
breaking
a
news.
53-year-old. Can we make the Lyndon deal a little bit longer, please? I'm sure he'll stick around longer than 2027. So I don't know what Nigel's heard. 140 for 5. This has worked on the leg side. He's obviously got a hotline to the Palace, or some such.
Jimmy
140 for
Anderson
5.
knighted in Sunak's honours list, report the Telegraph. So Rishi Sunak's departing honours list by the sounds of it, according to the Telegraph.
Listen, as
Of course, Sunak's differ.
yeah, as knighthoods go,
I
that's
heard
probably
that Starmer's differ.
If you really are ahead of the news, then
but that's probably going to be quite a popular knighthood. Yeah, not one for old cronies.
Next ball on its way and turned up to mid-on, and there's no run. 140 for 5. There we are. Thank you, Nigel. You broke it to the BBC commentary team anyway, and we've let the cat out of the bag on your behalf. James Coyne here from the Cricketer, just rapidly writing 200 words for his online page.
luckily there's someone else who's doing that right now as I speak. But I probably will have to scoot off in a minute.
No,
but thank you so much. Really enjoyed it.
We're
Thank you.
paying you the big bucks.
Next ball on its way. And
Shot.
this
That's
is
a great
driven
shot.
beautifully by Verena. Now, has he got enough juice in this one for it to go for 4? It will indeed. Thank you very much to James
Thanks,
Coyne.
James. Thank you.
Really appreciate his company over the last 3/4 of an hour or so. But there we are. Breaking news. Sir Jimmy Anderson, it seems. 144 for 5. That was a nice shot from Verena, who's on 32. James on 30. This partnership now worth 66. Slater 1 for 40 in his 9th over bowls, and Verena keeps it out, pushes it onto the offside, and there's no run.
Richard Martin. It's a subject that came up this morning following discussions earlier today about the county championship schedule. As I guess it may go down to 12 matches from the current 14 with 2 divisions of 9. Therefore a county would play 4 counties twice and 4 counties once, which would be displeasing for Dave Bracegirdle.
It would.
Yeah. He says going down to 10 games in one go from 14 is a bit steep in his opinion. Thank you, Richard. Richard Martin from Halesworth in Suffolk.
End of the over. Time of day is it? It's 10 to 3, so we've had an hour and 10 minutes or so. Since lunch we've got 20 overs to go until the tea break, so that's going to be extended, you'd imagine, even though Simon Harmer is on bowling from this end. 2 overs, none for 6 so far for Harmer. Dave Bracegirdle and Don Topley with you this time of the day, thanks to James Coyne. If we can snare anybody else to come and share 20 minutes with us, we'll do so. In the meantime, here's Don.
Harmer round the wicket with 2 men round the bat, and this is 4 defensive, then back to the bowler, no run. So there's a ring on the offside, bat pads, a conventional slip, a man at 45 saving 1, mid-wicket saving 1, and then a deep square leg, but he is in front of square. Down the wicket does Lyndon James, meets the ball, drives it, but he just negotiates it by playing it into the floor to mid-wicket, no run. Round the wicket again. Harmer bowling to the big outfield, and this is driven straight back at Harmer, but Harmer misses it and it goes along the floor and cannons very powerfully against the stumps where the umpire's standing. He evades, sort of put his hands to his head, but it hits the stumps and there is no run.
That's the 3rd time today at least.
You know the moral of the story, don't play too straight.
Yeah.
They're checking the ball now. Harmer's thrown it to the captain. The captain is walking towards the umpire. Has it gone out of shape because it keeps hitting the stumps? Has it made a mess of a piece of stitching? Wesley is talking to Harmer. Harmer wants him to walk to the umpire, and I think Harmer has won it there because he is walking to the umpire. He said, go on, let's complain about it. Let's get it changed. Umpire, would you like to inspect the ball?
Never happens when they're taking wickets, does it?
Oh.
And now David Mills is going to call Peter Hartley across.
Probably Tom Wesley says, here, you two, do you want to bowl with this, you two umpires? And he's now marching across the square.
What do you reckon here, Peter?
Oh,
get
is it out of shape? Will it go back into shape? Is it the stitching?
No, we want the suitcase. We want the suitcase. Could somebody get the suitcase, please? We've popped it down. So we're going to have a change of ball, and meanwhile Essex had read this nicely because their 12th man's already out there with the drinks. So there's going to be a little drinks break here at Trent Bridge, with Nottinghamshire 144 for 5. Elsewhere, Durham 173 for 2 at Chesterley Street against Warwickshire. Ben McKinney 65 not out, David Beddingham 57 not out in that one. Surrey 176 for 5. The Dominic Sibley blockathon goes on. He's 49 not out from 122 balls. At Hove, Sussex are 173 for 5 against Somerset.
Ollie Robinson's not playing.
He's not, no. Yorkshire 172 for 3 at Headingley against Worcestershire. Division 2, Gloucestershire piling on the runs. They're 160 for 1 against Glamorgan. Australian Cameron Bancroft is 88 not out in that one. Middlesex are now 8 down at Canterbury, 151 for 8. With 3 wickets for Cashy Valley, 3 for Nathan Gilchrist. 151 for 8, Division 2 Middlesex. Northants 158 for 3 at Old Trafford against Lancashire. And Leicestershire, the first team to hit 200. They're 204 for 3. That's at Grace Road against Derbyshire. Sol Boddinger made 81. Ian Holland, he's an American international, isn't he? Formerly with Hampshire. He's 62 not out.
Who's that?
Ian Holland.
He's an Australian.
But he's represented at the United States.
He was the chap that won Find a Bowler in Australia. He won a competition as a cricketer, and somehow he made his way across. Yeah, he did. If you ever Google, when you have a moment, have a little Google. He won a competition in Australia, and then gradually, through various tentacles, whether it was a passport or this, he came across to Hampshire, and he's now, is it on loan full time, or is he signed for Leicestershire?
I think he's signed.
You're not missing any action here because we've just had a change of ball.
And a drinks break.
And a drinks break, yep. Much needed drinks break. Harmer is looking at the ball. Everyone's ready. They're back in their fielding positions. And Harmer ready to rock and roll. In he comes, bowls around the wicket, bowls, and this is sensibly played by Lyndon James because it's a brand new ball. Just to have a look to see if it's a bit harder. Has it changed in any way?
It was interesting, wasn't it? The first ball he bowled was a reverse sweep from Verena.
Yes, a little bit shorter, which he goes back, and the tall man drives off the back foot up to Tom Wesley, the captain at long on. There is 1 run with the man back on the boundary in front of us. In fact, he's just hidden from us because of the balcony here at the Radcliffe Road stand. Beautiful stand. As Harmer comes in again, gives it a bit of air, and it's driven into the floor, but it's well fielded by Harmer to conclude the 45th over. And Essex, who won the toss this morning, invited Nottinghamshire to bat. Porter made early inroads with the wickets of Slater for 1 and Hamid, the captain, for a long naught. It was 4 for 2. And the next to go was Joe Clark. He was LBW bowled Cook for 16, 27 for 3. And then Haynes and McCann put on a very good partnership of worth 47 before Haynes was caught behind off the bowling of Snater for 23, 74 for 4, and then a man out 10 minutes before lunch. It was Freddie McCann, who I thought played really well for his 26. He was caught and bowled Cook off the first bouncer that Essex gave. And lunch was taken at the same score, 78 for 5, with Lyndon James not out, and Varian, he was on 2 not out, and the score has moved now to 145 for 5.
Snater to James, turns this to mid-on, and there's no run, but was that in the floppy sun at mid-on? It's a warmer day when you get the floppy sun out.
Possibly Porter? Possibly, or Cook, probably Cook actually. There you go, Cook.
Like me, you're being challenged by Verena.
Yes.
A time or two.
Afrikaans name.
145 for 5. Lyndon James works this to point. Oh, very square of the wicket on the offside. Northane. Very often see the fielder in that sort of area, 2 strides to the left of where Northane is, but he's absolutely square of the wicket on the offside. A lot of the unused strips looking verdant green, lush grass. To the leg side of Lyndon James, so the Fox Road side, those strips there. At the end of those strips, effectively the end of the square, was where the boundary rope was last week, and the grass on that very end of the square was holding the ball up. Anything hit out there was pulling up on the grass, no matter how hard it was hit. 145 for 5. Snater, black floppy hair, flopping about as he comes in and bowls and then fields off his own bowling.
Big square here, as you would expect at an international ground.
Well, Steve Burke says when he started there were 20 strips and now there's only 14, so that
oh really?
That tells you they've lost a bit with the Smith Cooper stand sort of cutting that corner across. More demand and less strips to use. First test of the summer will be here against Zimbabwe. 22nd of May, a 4-day test match. I'm not sure what we make of that, but this is pushed into the offside, no run. We'll do an update for local radio listeners in just a second. Notts were 5 wickets down at lunch, and that's exactly where we still are, 145 for 5, because Lyndon James 31, Carl Verena, the South African keeper, 32 not out, have added 67. Poor start for Notts this morning after they lost the toss, recovering nicely. 145 for 5.
That was a very good shot there from Lyndon James, who collects 4 runs. Sorry, Verena it was. It's clipped it into the leg side. It was bowled a little too straight. I have to say, Dave. Yeah,
it was Lyndon James, wasn't it? Just a lovely bit of timing. Away for 4. End of the over, and we've got the Radio Nottingham news out of our ears.
It is panning out to be. It was a Cook and Porter show this morning. They took 4 of the 5 wickets. Snater took 1, but it would be fair to say, if you were an impartial supporter, that Essex's front 2 bowlers have been brilliant, but Essex's support bowlers have just been found wanting a little bit today. It's just, earlier in the day I think the left-hand right-hand combination did for them, but just lately their disciplines just haven't been quite as good. But it's Porter recommencing a spell now into the attack. This is driven back to Porter on his follow through, and there is no run. Good to see him back. So Harm has had a little go. We've had a bit of Thane, we've had a bit of Snater. It'd be interesting to see if when Porter and Cook, whether they go in tandem, because batting is all about partnerships, but so is bowling. 13 overs, 2 for 20 so far, 5 of which have been maidens. Porter in, driven back to Porter, who's missed it, it's gone through his legs, but the fielders at mid-on and mid-off are alerted to it, and there is no run.
Just think that dismissal of Joe Clarke was a pivotal moment of the day. It's obviously getting easier as the day goes on, the ball getting softer, and if Joe Clarke was in there now, you wonder what sort of score he would be on. Naturally scores his runs quickly.
Bowl, that's a good shot, good looking shot from the South African keeper, who drives to Snater at mid-on. Powerful shot, but he finds the fielder. Almost a half volley from Porter. He doesn't bowl many. Very disciplined bowler. Robotic, which is an asset. Comes bouncing in, driven again to Snater at mid-on, identical to the previous ball. No run.
Brett Hutton is listed on the card to come in at 8. Had a little word with him this morning, congratulated him on being back in the side. He said not much to live up to then. He's come into the side for Josh Tong. He said they'll be expecting me to get a 50 and a 5 in this game. So a little bit of dry humour. He's perfectly capable of getting a 50 and a 5, of course. He's had plenty of both.
Good delivery, better length outside off stump, but he concedes a single as that's the 150. The applause there for the home side. 5 down, but that was a good shot from Verena as he played it into the offside. Called his partner through quickly.
Yes, the old adage with cricket, you never know how good a score is until both sides have batted. I think Notts need a lot more yet, it's fair to say.
Porter bowled a decent delivery, nice and straight, end of the over. No run, 150 for 5. We've had 47 overs. Porter's gone for 21 now off 14 overs. Snater at the other end, 10 overs, 1 for 44. So slightly not as economical, really.
Of course, there are other options. It is going to be Sam Cook to come back, so there are Porter and Cook are reunited, but there are other options. Paul Walter, of course, can bowl his left arm seam. Matt Critchley, the leg spinner as well. If the skipper just wants to try 1 or 2 different things, Notts will be, on the one hand, pleased that Harmer's out of the attack. On the other hand, a little realistic that this might be their toughest challenge. Cook and Porter again bowling together as Verena deep in his crease blocks this and pushes it up to mid-off. Strip still with those tinges of green in it. That's normal here at Trent Bridge. They all pretty much look like that, and they all play pretty true. It's just early on the new ball can cause 1 or 2 false shots and do a little bit. It certainly did this morning with Hamid and Slater out in a mere blink of an eye. Sam Cook bowls, Carl Verena just works this up to mid-off, and there's no run.
So did you wish one of your old boys a happy birthday last week?
Wish Franklin happy birthday, is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
On Tuesday, I sent him a couple of messages, and then I got a message in the evening from Greenmount Cricket Club in Lancashire, one of the clubs that Frankie played for, and said, Dave, I know you've got his number, could you wish him happy birthday from everybody at Greenmount, which I thought was a nice thing.
All dropped, second slip. Wow.
So Cook has bowled, Verena has slashed at this one hard, and it's gone to the right of Walter at first and slightly to the left of Simon Harmer at second. Harmer instinctively put his hand out. It was low, it went quickly, it hit the palm of Harmer's left hand and then dropped to the turf, and it got a life. It didn't run away for them to get a single, but Verena on 33 has had a life.
Disappointing that. That was truly catchable from Simon Harmer.
There's Cook. He went quickly into Verena, and this time he solidly blocks it. But yeah, Franklin's in good form. He was 66 in the week. So he'll be back in England in August. He generally comes across and plays in the par 3 golf competition in Nailcoat Hall. They have a lot of celebrities there, and I think he's generally on a bit of a long-term invitation to play his golf. But they have, as I say, a lot of celebs there, so they have a good week. They all stay there at Nailcoat, and he has a good old time.
Where's that? Where?
Not far from Birmingham, just on the outskirts. 150 for 5. It's in Warwickshire, obviously. This is eased into the offside. And there's no run.
That was a collector's item, that, I'm afraid, Dave. We don't see Simon Harmer drop many. And that's Verena on 30. It would have been 31. Did he get 2?
He didn't get any from that one, but he's added 2 since then.
Right, it's 31. That's.
Oh no, I beg your pardon. He's on 33. Yeah, sorry.
So it was 31, you reckon?
No, he was on 33. He was on 33.
Right.
I've written it down. Dropped on 33. Works this to leg, and there's no run. 150 for 5. And that is a maiden for Sam Cook. Should have been a wicket maiden. Not get a reprieve. So Brett Otten, Fergus O'Neill, Farhan Ahmed and Dylan Pennington. There is the drop. It wasn't so much an edge. He went to late cut it and absolutely walloped it, but it went a lot finer, obviously, than he intended. It was meant to be a very vicious late cut to backward point, and he got it finer. It flew quickly off the bat to second slip, and down it went. But Harmer would have been expecting it, having seen him shape up for the square cut, for it to have gone nowhere near him.
In comes Porter.
Halfway through the day, 48 gone.
And a play and a miss there. Good delivery, gone through to the keeper. 2 slips and a gully waiting. And again for me, Dave, just a little bit of bounce there.
Yeah. Halfway there, Dom. We're halfway there. 48 gone, 48 to go.
We won't be late for the kick-off. We might do a bit of overtime. Do you reckon?
Well, certainly tea's looking as if it'll be...
Porter in, good length there, and it's hit the stumps.
Number 4.
As it wouldn't have been a single, but there is no run. Mid-off and mid-on anticipated how straight it was. They were ready to do the fielding. 150 for 5. Partnership worth now, I'm just looking full of wickets, 78, so it's a good partnership now. We're talking about 72 as Porter bowls and played off the back foot into the offside, no run.
Yeah, underneath Verena, look, it says partnership. Yeah. Save you doing the maths.
Oh right, was I right though?
I could see you in the old Rachel Riley's there.
Yeah,
working it all out.
Shoes and socks off.
Yeah.
The only thing I was any good at school really was maths and geography. Anything else, I was struggling. That's all you needed, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You need to know how to get to the ground, and you need to know a declaration. As this is a little too straight, it's gone very fine. I think that's come off the bat. It has, and that's a very fine tickle for 4 runs to
Lyndon James.
Lyndon James there, who moves to 39.
Yeah, he's scoring a quicker rate than Verena as well. He's got 39 from 73, Verena 33 from 87, but it doesn't really matter for Notts who's getting them or how quickly they're getting them, but they've remained together since before lunch now. If they, it's still Best part of 16 overs to go until tea, but if they can bat through most of this session, not so be pleased.
Porter bowls on line and length off stump, and it's respected this time. A little straighter. Not quite so down the leg side. That was a previous ball was a bit of a luxury from Porter. A little clip down leg side, tickle. Went very fine to the pavilion that is covered in scaffold and white sheeting. That's the biggest sight screen, I think, in county cricket this season, isn't it? A huge sight screen this time. Short of a length, played into the offside to conclude the end of the Porter's over. 15 overs, 2 for 25. Score 154 for 5.
Tell me, last season Middlesex played some home games at Chelmsford. How did that go
2
down?
T20s. Clearly Middlesex made a few bob, Essex made a few bob, but it went down like a lead balloon with the Middlesex membership. I mean, the harsh reality
if you live in St John's Wood, it's not very close to go for a home game, is it?
No, that's right. And there was poor crowds.
Yeah.
Poor crowds. They, to be fair, they just didn't go to Chelmsford for the Middlesex home games.
Cook to Verena. He blocks this first ball, and if you don't know, you don't know. You don't need to look it up. But is it again on the schedule this year? No. I mean, Middlesex have played some T20 games at Uxbridge, at Radlett.
Radlett.
Yeah.
Radlett is their normal second ground, but they've played it at Richmond. And the harsh reality is to construct a game or a ground with, costs a lot of money, which they can ill afford to do.
Cook to Verena again. Happy to keep this out. Verena's on 33. Cook has 2 of the wickets, Porter 2 and Shane Snater 1. The other bowlers that we've seen are Noah Fain and Simon Harmer. On a lovely day to start your sporting weekend. Don't forget, if you're about to start one of the cricket leagues this weekend, we'd love to know which it is. Happy to give you and your team a shout. Again comes Sam Cook, and once more Verena just stays in the crease, just pushes a little tentatively, a word I can never say, out on the offside, and wasn't cleanly played, just again runs under the bat, fairly close to the off stump. Tentatively. Can never say that, Don, not without stopping and thinking. Say tent and then attively, but try and say he played at that attentively. Never get that one out. Bang on the money again. Sam Cook bowls for a drop. Start of the previous over. 154 for 5. The time of day where the spectators in the Smith Cooper stand no longer have any sun on them. Just starts to get a bit chilly in there. Because if you've been sat in the sun all morning, it's nice to go in there and just cool off a bit. But the other side of the ground, the Fox Road side, away to our left, and they're right in the glare of the sun now. As Cook bowls and Verena leaves it alone.
When you look around at this ground, the pavilion, clearly there's a historic pavilion here at Trent Bridge, but when you look around, this is really it's been really developed, isn't it? It's all modern, really, when you look around. I mean, Taunton's quite impressive like that.
With their 7 pavilions.
Yeah, that's right.
Or whatever it is.
But that's a county ground. This is an international ground.
Verena strides forward, content that was wide enough to leave. Another maiden for Sam Cook. 15 overs, 2 for 29. Yeah, there's not a lot of this ground left in its original state from when you would have last played here.
No. I loved playing here. It was a real thrill. And your Nottinghamshire side was a very talented, very competitive, some decent bowlers. I mean, I look back to the bloke Cooper.
Kevin Cooper.
What a stalwart he was. When you had international class bowlers all around, but he would do the job. Porter doing the job for Essex. This is played with an outside edge. It's run away, played with soft hands, and I think Mr. James does get four runs as it goes down to the vacant third man area. He played that quite well. He made sure it stayed along the ground, played with soft hands, he went with it, and he collects 4 runs. So does Nottinghamshire, 158 for 5. Cooper, Saxelby, Pick, Franklin Stevenson. Who am I missing? Andy Afford, Eddie Hemmings, as Porter comes in. This is played, eventually comes forward late in the day, but it plays it into the offside. There is no run. Robinson, Johnson, Basharat Hassan. Gosh. And a decade before that, the likes of Sobers, you had people like Tunnicliffe. As Porter comes in, right arm over, and this is played again forward defensive into the offside, where Porter collects on his follow through. There is no run. Smedley. I'm trying to think of it. I collected their autographs from that era.
Bob White, Knocker
White,
Pasty Harris.
Pasty Harris, yeah.
Barry Stead. Can you remember
Barry Stead? Yes, I do. As Porter bowls, shovelled into the leg side. Cox does the fielding, threatens to throw. There is no run. Cope.
Yeah, didn't play much.
Played a little bit down here, didn't he?
It wasn't the Yorkshire Cope that I think for a time he was banned from bowling, wasn't he?
He was. Porter bowls. He played at Lincolnshire in minor counties, if my memory serves correct. Porter bowls a decent delivery. No run.
Of course, when I first started watching Essex, when they used to come here when I was a young and Keith Boyce.
Yes.
David Ackfield was there was the curiosity aspect about the spinner David Ackfield, because he'd fenced for Great Britain in the Olympics.
He did.
Tonker Taylor, Stuart Turner, Brian Edmead, Robin Hobbs, of course.
Sadly passed away. Yes. Bowled well there. Good delivery, which is forced on the back foot by Lister James, who just caresses into the offside, finds the fielder. It's the end of the over, 158 for 5. Edmeads.
The Gnome.
Smith. Fletcher, yes. Still around.
Yeah, they were the first Essex names I would have seen.
Ray East.
Yeah, David East, the wicket-keeper. After Tonker Taylor, wasn't he?
And there was another chap called Neil Smith from Yorkshire. Kept wicket for a while. Before David East did. David East took over from him, and after him, David East, we had people like Mike Garnham and Robert Rollins.
80 runs have been added since lunch. This is driven by Kyle Verena up to the skipper Westley at wideish mid-off. No run, 158 for 5. Notts was 78 for 5. So they've more than doubled that score. Really valuable partnership. And Lyndon James, top score now on 43. The ball, I think it was changed. But now Essex and their skipper Tom Westley just offering this to umpire Hartley. Didn't have this once. I'd forgotten that this was a thing in cricket, showing the ball to the umpire and asking if he'd change it. We didn't have it once in the Durham match last week. All 4 days, or on none of the 4 days, we didn't see a ball change. We didn't see a ball offered to the umpires. Totally forgot about that side of the game, but this is the second time in 20 minutes.
Well, we had that issue at Chelmsford with the Surrey fixture. It was changed and it lasted about an over before they changed it again.
Well, they're not happy with that one.
There was a bit of the stitching had become an issue at Chelmsford last week, and then a subsequent ball became out of shape. So the box of balls, which has just been dropped by I think the 12th man, he's just put the balls back into their quarters. I think he has a choice of 12 balls in there. 3 banks of 4 sets of balls, which are in the suitcase. It's a bit like the Chancellor of the Exchequer bringing the box out of tricks for the new financial year, or yes,
the budget.
The budget, yes.
Sussex are 7 down at Hove, 199 for 7 against Somerset. Middlesex still 8 down. They're the closest sides at the moment to being bowled out in terms of numbers down. Of course, things might happen quite suddenly here or anywhere else. Nobody's, don't think, reached 3 figures yet. I'm sure there'll be lots of 3-figure scores up and down the country in this round of matches, but I don't think we've got anybody there yet. Although, having said that, we just have a look at the score at Bristol. Gloucestershire 178 for 1, and Cameron Bancroft is 99 not out. So likely to be the first Centurion, or he's the closest. So here at Trent Bridge on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Essex, there's a whole load of nothing going on at the moment whilst the umpires have overseen a ball change. And it's still actually going on down there, although umpire Hartley has vacated the scene. David Milne's just having one last look in the suitcase. They've sorted one out. Attache case, briefcase, whatever it is. Little suitcase. And we'll be ready to resume. We've had 1 ball in the 52nd over, bowled by Sam Cook, so a replacement ball for Kyle Verena to face. Let's just hope its particular properties aren't any different. In fact, Matt Critchley took the suitcase off, so he's gone for a comfort break. There's Cook in, and Verena leaves it alone. So Nick Brown has stayed out there at point, and Matt Critchley's gone for a comfort break. Bancroft is still 99 not out, the closest of anyone at the moment to reaching 3 figures. 158 for 5. Lovely blue skies. It's a much paler blue, a more hazier blue than we had throughout most of the Durham game. 158 for 5. Next ball is worked nicely by Verena for a couple of runs. No, just 1 to mid-wicket. They were in 2 minds whether to risk a second, but didn't. 159 for 5. That's the blue of the sky. Last week against Durham, I think a number of people must have looked at my photographs and thought that's been enhanced. Certainly I was looking at them and afterwards and just couldn't believe the sky was as clear blue as it was in the first couple of days. Magnificent. Critchley off the field. Noah Thane has gone in at 3rd slip. There's Cook. Bowls to James, and he blocks this one. It's 159 for 5. It's a tall Paul Walter at 1st slip. Simon Harmer at 2nd, where he dropped Verena on 33. Noah Thane at 3rd slip. And Nick Brown, the subfielder, at squarish point position. There's Cook from the Stuart Broad end. Past umpire Hartley bowls. Lyndon James happy just to defend. 81 they've added for this 6th wicket. Men out for Notts today. Slater for 1. Hamid without scoring. Clark for 16, Freddie McCann 26, and Jack Haynes for 23. We got some correspondence there. You're pouring through, Don.
Yeah, I missed one earlier from Simon in Cromer up in Norfolk. I apologise. 3 slips waiting.
159 for one. This one's drilled back to the Belperoo fields, end of the over. I think I've only been to Cromer once on our chicken pox, and I was sent home.
Always want crab in Cromer.
I didn't get crab, but I got chicken pox. Went on a cricket tour, woke up on the second morning, absolutely covered in spots, and crikey, look at the state of you, Dave, and I couldn't believe it. My face was absolutely pock-marked with dozens and dozens of spots for the chicken pox. Went to a doctor in the days where you could just go to a doctor, and he said, "You got any travelling to do today?" I said, "Well, I wasn't. I was here for a week playing cricket." He said, "Well, you're going to be very poorly. I should get yourself home." And the very day was the day here that the Test match started against Australia, where Mark Taylor and Jeff Marsh battered throughout the entire day. So I got back home and listened to it on the radio on the drive back home, and spent the afternoon in bed just watching it. And
Did it make you feel better?
No, those two put 300 on. 159 for 5. Bancroft, let me just tell you, has reached his 100. So there will be 8, 10, 15 players in this round of matches at least score centuries. The first of them coming up just before tea is for Gloucestershire's Cameron Bancroft. The Australian is 100 not out. What have you got?
Well, Simon Harmer's back on, actually. That's what I have got from the cricket out there in front of us. He's come back on, and Allison is just putting all the kit on under his white shin pads, box, helmet, and he's jogging over to field at Boot Hill on the leg side.
Cromer Crabs.
Simon from Cromer. He's going to have to wait just for Harmer's delivery. He's on his way in, right arm round the wicket past the umpire Milnes, which is played off the back foot. They're not going to get a singles. It hits the man who's just put the kit on under the whites, Charlie Allison, where he stops the ball, no run. So Simon was loving the commentary this morning and this afternoon as Harmer comes in, played back to Harmer, no run. He says, really interested and enjoying your thoughts on the county championship, and I would suggest 3 divisions of 6, therefore everyone plays home and away. Wait for this one, 2 up and 2 down in Division 2, and the bottom team in Division 3. This is swept straight to the field at 45, there is no run. And the bottom team in Division 3 plays the top minor county, which is what we were talking about, who have the option to join the 3rd tier if they feel financially viable. Harmer in again, a little bit shorter, which is cut. Made himself a little room, did the diminutive Verena, and he collects 4. He's played that ball on the length and is able to step back and manipulate it into the offside. So Simon, thank you for that. But in stark contrast, that's Simon's thoughts in Cromer. Martin Samways. Doesn't say where he's from, but after this ball, Harmer comes in, bowls, short again, played into the offside, and that's going to run away. No, it's not, it's well fielded. And well fielded actually at the end of the day by the cover, who's hurt, I think he's just hurt his elbow or cut his elbow on the edge of the square. And this is a ball that's played into the leg side end of the over, and the score moves to 163 for 5. Martin Samways, we cannot reduce the number of games in the county championship. If it went to 10 games, it would make a mockery of the competition. My only comment about that is every other country plays 10 games, doesn't make a mockery of their competition. It would only take 3 games to be affected by the weather, 33%, in a 10-game championship to make it. I understand.
Monday, what did you make of your first taste of the county championship? Can't believe it, he said. 5 men and a dog come and watch state cricket in Australia, our first class game. Couldn't believe there were so many people here. What an atmosphere.
I can't deny that. But I just think that if you did have 10 games instead of 12, what would happen? People would attend huge crowds.
Come and watch. County Championship cricket from the start of the English summer until the end of the English summer.
It is a fellowship.
163 for 5. Lyndon James on 43, and another elegant looking to extra cover, no run.
Lorna Piper writes in, but I'm going to say thank you to Lorna because she's done some stats. She's done a table of the teams who don't play each other twice, and she also came with some stats earlier in the this morning. So thank you, Lorna. Lorna Piper. Not sure where you're from, but you obviously like your cricket, and I think you're watching with us.
Snater to Lyndon James. Was there a cry of no ball there? It's been stopped by the boot of Snater. Obviously there wasn't a cry of no ball because it's not been signalled. I just thought I heard a yelp from somebody.
I think it was a yelp because it hit his foot.
That may have been
his first touch was perfection, because what he did, it would have gone for 1, 2, 3 or 4, but instead he actually side-footed it, and it may have hurt him, but he side-footed it to his mate.
I think the noise was before then, as if it had happened as he overstepped. Clearly it wasn't. James leaves this alone, goes through to Pepper, 163 for 5.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Richard, as well, for your emails. Always good to hear from you.
Did you say you'd got one from was it Lorna?
Lorna, yeah, she was just commenting and did a graph on which teams don't play each other. So you may already know this, Brace. I will.
Yes.
You may know this.
We don't go to Essex or Hove.
Okay.
Chelmsford or Hove, Essex or Sussex. Snater bowls. And again, he's stopped by the boot of Snater. As Don said earlier, sometimes you can just hit it too straight, and once again he's denied by the boot of the bowler. Nonce, 163 for 5.
So, by the looks of it, you don't play Worcester twice?
Oh, is that right? Maybe. It may be. We don't have Surrey here. We go to the Oval, but we don't have Surrey here.
Surrey there.
And maybe Worcestershire don't come here. I think we go there at the end of the season. Sounds about right.
We don't go to Surrey and Worcester, I think.
Next ball on its way and driven into the offside. No, we don't host Surrey and Worcester, and we don't go to Essex or Hove. End of the over. 54 gone.
Thank you, Lorna. So obviously, I reckon Lorna might be an accountant. She loves stats.
She likes a spreadsheet, does she?
Yes, maybe.
Good work, Lorna. Thanks for getting in touch. Porter comes back onto the field. Sam Cook goes off. So, I presume Nick Brown's still out there somewhere. Yeah, there's Nick Brown. He's just running from where he was down at long leg, and he's making his way down to position behind square on the leg side, saving 1 on the 45. 163 for 5. We've got 10 overs to go until teed on.
We have indeed. 22 minutes till 4 o'clock. This is driven by Verena, and where it's gone down to Tom Wesley at long on. Just a little clip straight for 1 run.
So tee should be now, effectively, 2 minutes time. Got 10 overs to bowl. I know they've taken 5 wickets, Essex, but got to be a little bit behind on the over rate.
This is driven into the offside with an open face bat. Mr. James will take a single. Paul Water does the fielding. Looking at the board, I think we're -2 on the over rate.
That was it at lunch. They only changed them at the interval on the first 3 days, each interval, lunch, tea and close.
Harmer round the wicket, a little bit shorter, where it's Verena stays back and clips it into the leg side with the spin. It goes out to square leg where Brown cannot stop the single, so they collect another run, 160 6 for 5. Good crowd at the Oval, I believe, today. As Harmer is in, this is coming down the wicket. This time it's driven and it's well fielded. I think it is Paul Water at mid-off who dives. He's got a huge span as it is. He dives and he certainly stops the boundary. 167 for 5.
Will Rees be there? Is he in the country?
He's with Mumbai Indians.
Is he?
He is. And this is clipped into the leg side, finds short mid-wicket. There is no run. Yeah, Mumbai Indians, he's got Trent Bolt in front of him, so he's struggling to get a game.
He's got a watching brief, has he, at the moment?
I think, yeah, he is. Drinks waiter and Harmer bowls. A little bit quicker. This is played off the back foot by the South African, who hits it to mid-off where Paul Water does the fielding. It's the end of the over. 167 for 5. Yeah.
Wouldn't he rather be playing cricket? Doesn't he like playing cricket?
He does. He does. Probably, I mean, he could be one of the bowlers for the Surrey Red Bull side, but technically he only has a white ball contract.
Why?
To be honest, his body's struggling a little bit.
I know. We wish him well. I'm only pulling your leg again. Yeah. 167 for 5, Nottinghamshire. I
mean, he has played for the RCB and Mumbai Indians. That's two pretty good. That's the equivalent of playing at Man United and Liverpool.
Slater bowls. Oh, chopped it on. James has gone. Inside edge was certainly appeared to be fairly wide of the off stump. And Essex get a little bit lucky there as an inside edge drags it back onto the sticks, and Lyndon James has to go, and Essex get a second bowling bonus point for the dismissal of Lyndon James, top scorer on the day so far, bowled by Shane Snater. It says on the board it was a scruffy inside edge, bringing it right back onto the sticks. At the crease for just over 2 hours, faced 93 deliveries, I beg your pardon, and hit 8 fours. Came to the crease just before lunch. Departs 9 overs or so before tea. Just going to see a replay of it now on the live stream. Can't tell from there how wide it was, but a genuine inside edge, and Lyndon obviously understandably disappointed. Nice to see a replay from behind the arm as to how wide it was. But certainly ought to be one that was sufficiently wide to be driven away.
That was a very fine 89-run partnership. Really was. Full credit to these two. Verena has been dropped on 33, but it was a good partnership and rescued their team to 167 for 6 and brings O'Neill to the crease. First name?
Fergus. Or Fergie.
Fergie O'Neill. Sounds a very Irish name.
It's to throw a little bit more in there to your theory. It's Fergus Patrick O'Neill.
and he likes a drop of the black stuff.
That wouldn't surprise me at all. As I say, I've met him a couple of times. That partnership, you just work that out, Don. 89.
Well, yeah, 89
for the 6th wicket. So Fergus O'Neill, I should tell you as well, before he faces this ball, he's only batted once for Notts, and he got a first bowler, Snater in and bowls, and he survived. He survived. That's the first time he's survived a delivery in Nottinghamshire colours. He's got a first bowler last week, and he batted once, and that was that, I'm afraid. Big news then this afternoon. Jimmy Anderson to become Sir Jimmy. It's in the ex-Prime Minister's honours list, as we understand. 167 for 6. Snater with a couple of wickets to his name, bowls to Verreiner. Nigel King, it's death by 1,000 cuts for the county championship, Dave. Every few years or a few more games get chopped off, just a couple at a time. What is the point of an 8 or a 10 match season? It would become just a museum curiosity rather than a sport. Richard, you'd have thought an out-of-shape ball would deviate more off the pitch than a round one. Yeah, it's always a little bit of a mystery why they want it changed straight away, as O'Neill drives into the offside. Nigel King, maybe in the next New Year's honours list, we'll see Lord Broad. Thank you for that, in reference, of course, to Jimmy Anderson. So we've got 8 overs after this one to be bowled before the tea interval. A precious wicket, first wicket of the afternoon session for Essex, for Shane Snater. Porter, Cook and Snater have all got 2 apiece. He bowls again to O'Neill, and this is driven back to the bowler. Yet to score his first run for Nottinghamshire. Fergus O'Neill got 8 wickets last week, 5 for in the first innings, 3 in the second. He's 24, although he is an Aussie. He was born in Tauranga in New Zealand.
What pace?
Yeah, he's not express, but does put it in good areas, a bit skiddier bowler. He's not the tallest of fellas, and he gets a run here working this to mid-wicket. Just gets a little bit of movement on it. 169 for 6. He'll keep strike. His highest first-class score in Australia is 70 not out. Was leading wicket taker in the last Australian season, and came over here having played for Victoria and Melbourne Renegades this last winter. 5 for 81 and 3 for 35 with the ball against Durham last weekend.
Matt Critchley coming to the attack. He's going to be bowling his leg spin, and be interesting to see how he gets on. Very talented performer with the bat, with the ball. Scored a good century. Just not far. It comes from not far down here. He had a career with Derbyshire before he joined Essex. Just down the road. Is it the A52?
It is. It is.
Critchley into the attack. Here he comes. Bowls played off the back foot. Slow, loopy leg spinner, which has given O'Neill a single. He moves to 2. Score 169 for 6.
I'm just looking at, just checking where he's. But yeah, he hails from Lancashire, born in Preston, Freddie Flintoff country. Did play for Derbyshire though.
Good action. There's a play and a miss. Verreiner has gone after that, and he nearly overbalanced, leaving his crease. But it was outside off stump and probably just went away from the stumps. Critchley again bowls a little bit tighter. This is driven into extra cover where there is a fielder. There's a fielder at backward point and the fielder on square on the shortened boundary to the Fox stand for the leg spinner. There's only a slip-in catching. A little bit slower. This is cut to backward point. There is no run. So he's been tight at the moment. Critchley, 3 balls for the 3 runs. Snater at the other end, 12 overs, 2 for 45. This is cut out to the man on the boundary where there is 1 run. Square of the wicket on the offside.
I wonder if it's the fact that they are lapsing a little bit with the over rate that's just helped Essex get Critchley on.
Short again, played out to that same man. I think it's Jamie Porter in front of the Fox stand, square of the wicket, offside. 1 more run, so we've had a runner ball. 5 balls, 5 runs. In comes Critchley. He bowls, gives it a bit more air, and it's a bit further up, slightly fuller, and Nottinghamshire. Verena will keep strike. He takes a single out to long off. Well, it's the end of the over. 174 for 6. O'Neill has 3. Verena has 42.
Yeah, that certainly didn't speed things up at all, because every ball was hit out into the deep for singles, and by the time they got the ball back, it was just the same length as any other over. Interesting that they did go to a 6th bowler though, rather than Simon Harmer. There's a lot of love down the far end from Sam Cook for Shane Snater. Just puts his arm round him at the far end, gives him a bit of a hug. Don't know what that was about, but I say a lot of love being shared amongst the Essex side.
Well, he's got 2 wickets, as Porter and Cook has.
And Snater, yeah.
So, but it would be fair to say he's bowled okay, but the other 2 seamers have bowled far superior.
Yes, I think we can probably say that every week of the season, and I don't just mean better than the 3rd and 4th options for Essex. I mean generally better than many 1st and 2nd choice opening bowlers around the county circuit. They are a handful, Cook and Porter. They've bowled well here today. Here's Snater in to bowl to Verena, who digs this out. He's on 42. Real shame for Notts that Lyndon James got out then when he did. The partnership was just not quite getting Notts back to even Stevens, but certainly from where they were at lunch, to be able to double that score without any further wickets going down was a terrific effort by Lyndon James and Carl Verena. And the South African needs a bit of support for the remainder of the innings. There's a nice late cut. Now then, ball heading towards the rope. It will be chased down, and it might just have to. No, they'll come back for 3. That's good running. So Verena on to 45. Nottinghamshire's 2 overseas players combining. Fergus O'Neill's here for the first 4 matches. And Mohammad Abbas comes, Don. Mohammad Abbas will replace O'Neill after 4 matches. The Pakistan international, former Hampshire player.
Cool, he didn't have to do well down there.
If you remember, he started here in 2019 with Leicestershire, got 1 million wickets.
Yes.
O'Neill's on strike on 3. Signed for Notts for 2020, and of course then with COVID not happening, he went in a different direction. Notts went in a different direction. He couldn't come in 2020 and was offered a Hampshire gig in 2021, and as you say, him and Kyle Abbott over the last 4 seasons have just destroyed sides. Now eventually, 5 years after signing for Notts, he's going to be able to play for them. That's from, funnily enough, the Hampshire game in early May. Snater turned away by Fergus O'Neill for a single, 178 for 6. O'Neill on to 4.
First reaction to seeing O'Neill play. He's quite comfortable when the ball is straight. I would suggest you've got a chance of getting him if you bowl just some off stump and outside. Don't bowl too straight at O'Neill. He likes it when it comes to him straight.
I think it was Potts who got him last week. First baller pitched up, just threw his defence as LBW plumb in front. Job done. There's Snater in. Another gentle push into the offside gap by Carl Verena. Another single, 179 for 6. Just milking the bowling at the moment. Added 12 since Lyndon James chopped on a couple of overs ago. Gentle buzz around the stands. I'll say those in the Fox Road stand away to our left. Bit of a sun trap. There'll be 1 or 2 bright foreheads and red noses by the end of the day as O'Neill pushes this to Thane at point, sets off and is then sent back by his batting partner Verena. End of the over, 179 for 6. Still 6 overs to go until the tea break here at Trent Bridge. 179 for 6 on day 1 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Notts and Essex. Top of the table Notts again will get it in as and when we can, because in all possibility, I'll just say possibility, in all possibility, might not be like that at the end of this round of matches. We'll have to see. Certainly the way Notts got off to the start this morning at 4 for 2, you wondered if this might not go the distance, but getting back, as I say, towards an even keel now, 179 for 6. Here's Critchley and here's Don.
Critchley in, driven on the front foot, out to Porter, the square offside boundary on the shortened side, one easy single. Nothing much happening here. 5 minutes till 4 o'clock. We both have updates to do.
Middlesex are 9 down at Canterbury, 217 for 9.
Canterbury, well, Kent won last week at Northampton.
Yeah. Middlesex drew with Lancashire.
Critchley bowls. This is played in quite late as it's driven off the back foot, where he's just allowed it to go for 4. That's a super shot under control. The backward point had no chance in chasing it to the boundary. It was a quick bit of outfield there. Towards what part of the, is that the Larwood and Vos?
It is, yeah.
The little stand stuck in between the two taller stands. This is well pitched up, well directed by Critchley, where it's defended by the Australian O'Neill. Critchley in comes again. This is driven out on the offside to Snater, who fields well, threatens to throw, and they turn down, taking a single.
I was just looking, I see that Critchley played for Melbourne Renegades, not this last Big Bash, but the one before.
He did.
So they'll know each other, this pair.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. As Critchley bowls, this is just cut out to Jamie Porter on the Fox stand boundary, offside, shortened side. Critchley in, past the umpire, bowls. This is a decent ball, which is played on the leg side. He's got going it very fine. Bit of a chase. It could go. No, it won't. They're going to take 3, isn't it? And that indeed to Carl Verena, who collects the first half century of his team's performance today, having been asked to bat earlier this morning for 158 minutes, and that's 116 balls for his 50 not out. You'll be pleased with that, Dave?
Yeah, very pleased, and obviously pleased for him. It's made it into more of a contest, more of a watchable contest. He generally do see sides fighting back, having lost some early wickets. It tends to become a bit of a poor watch if sides are bundled out for a very low score in the first innings of a match. We don't generally do enjoy the cut and thrust of 4-day cricket, going this way and that, and Carl Verena has helped just tilt things back towards a bit of an even keel. 188 for 6. Good stuff from the South African. And here comes Snater into bowl to him. Drives into the offside. Will get a single. Snater. All to O'Neill, and he's cut this away for 4. That's a nice shot from Fergus O'Neill. Just rocked back and used the pace on the ball. Cut it away to backward point for 4 runs. That's 193 for 6. And O'Neill on to 13. Slater to bowl to him again. Sufficient time to get forward and just push the ball onto wideish mid-off. No run. Will have settled in now at the crease. Just got used to the bounce, the pace. I'd say he was bundled out very quickly last week. Just starting to enjoy himself. 26 this pair have added. Snater bowls and cut away. That'll be 4 more. Same spot, backward a point. Very deliberately played. Will it go? I think it will just reach the rope. Fielder in hot pursuit. Noah Fain. And 4 more to O'Neill. He's on to 17 and knocks up to 197 for 6. Matt Arnold says in a somewhat quiet office, in view of 4 Nottingham sports venues, your commentary has kept me entertained all day before I head off to Meadow Lane later to watch Notts County versus Salford. Match, of course, you can hear on Match Night this evening from BBC Radio Nottingham. Adam Assel and Mark Stallard on commentary. I shall be wandering over in the role of spectator to have a look as Snater's in again to O'Neill. This is pushed back to the bowler, 197 for 6, and might even drag Don along. Middlesex all out, the first side to be bundled out in this round of matches. Been bowled out for 222 at Canterbury, where they'll sure be taking tea. Score here 197 for 6. Identical score at the Oval. Surrey 197 for 6 against Hampshire. Shane Snater bowls, driven crisply by O'Neill, fielded by the bowler. Takes the pace off it, and that's the end of Snater's 14th over. 1 maiden, 2 for 59. Nick Brown on the field again. The sub-fielder, he's got the orange bib on. He's bringing out helmets and pads and whatever, and it may be Simon Harmer to have another go. From this, the Radcliffe Road end, he's going to replace Matt Critchley. Earlier Harmer, 5 overs, none for 15. Did spill Verena when Verena was on 33. He's on 51 now and reaches forward to defend. Start of this over. So 4 overs bar that ball. Left before tea. Harmer into Verena again, works it to leg past Charlie Allison, the short leg fielder. They take a single, 198 for 6. There's an update for radio listeners.
Trent Bridge for day 1 of their match against Essex. Dave Bracegirdle is there.
And we're about 3.5 overs away from the tea interval, with Notts still batting. They're 198 for 6 now. The 1 wicket to go down since lunch. Lyndon James out for 45, shared in a big partnership with Kyle Verena, the South African. He's just reached his 50 on 52. Notts 198 for 6.
Looking at your weather in Nottinghamshire now, dry and really sunny.
He missed the delivery, which was defended. Next ball is cut through the offside, and that'll be 4, and that'll take Notts up to 200. Or beyond 200, in fact, 202 for 6. It's a nice shot from Fergus O'Neill this time. So he's on to 21. His last 3 scoring shots gone to the fence. Harmer going over the wicket to bowl to O'Neill, floats it up there, and Fergus O'Neill just drops the ball down at the feet of short leg. 202 for 6. Notts made over 500 in the first innings last week against Durham. Done pretty well to get to 202 for 6, and there's a couple more here as this is just deflected fine by O'Neill. This time he'll have to settle for 3 rather than 4. That's nicely played, just turned away down the leg side, just tickled away by O'Neill. He'll keep strike then. That was the end of the over. 7 from that one. 205 for 6 Nottinghamshire, with 3 overs to go until the tea break. This pair just enjoying themselves at the moment. O'Neill 24 not out, Verena 52 not out. They've added 38 already. And to bowl the first of those 3 overs until tea, it will be Matt Critchley who's switching ends. Going to have a first bowl from the Stuart Broad end. 2 overs, none for 15 for Critchley. It was just steadily milked from this end. See what he can do from the far end. He'll be bowling to O'Neill to begin with. With 1 slip, there's a catching short extra cover. Boundary riders either side of the wicket, and this one's played into the covers, no runs. Snater doing the fielding. Critchley tosses it up. That's a full toss, and that's slammed away on the leg side by O'Neill for 4. That was a poor delivery. That's very much the lot of the leg spinner. He just quite get the release not right. Comes down as a high loopy full toss, and O'Neill was quickly onto it, slammed it away for 4 more. 209 for 6. Next one does pitch, and a little bit of turn away from O'Neill, just pushes it into the offside. Harmer does the fielding. And again comes Critchley, short, pushed again into the covers. Notts have added 131 runs in this session for the loss of Lyndon James, outplayed on for 45. Next ball was lower, flatter, hurried on. Kept out by Verena. Tea at the Oval, Surrey 198 for 6. So similar sort of doings there as here. Critchley tosses it up. O'Neill again pushes into the covers, and that's the end of Critchley's 3rd over. Figures of none for 19 now. 209 for 6. They've gone for tea at Headingley, where Yorkshire 270 for 4 against Worcestershire. Tea at Leicester, where Leicestershire 271 for 5 against Derbyshire. And tea now at Durham, where Durham are 228 for 4 against Warwickshire. All the scores, all the live text updates, wickets and milestones as they happen on the live text update from the BBC Sport website and app. Harmer to begin the penultimate over of the session. Bowls to Verena, who's on 52. He's maintained his career average of 51 then. That's his career first class average. It's really, really top-notch stuff from Verena. He's now scored 300 runs in 4 matches for Nottinghamshire. This one's played on the leg side. At the moment for once out. Five innings, 4 not outs, 300 runs at the moment. It's a tasty average. Harmer bowls, comes down the track, pushes it wide of the bowler, down the ground to Westley, who then just comes into view. The overhang of our TV gantry just in front of us, obscuring Westley for most of the time, but came into view then. He was clearly out on the fence, and he's pushed in a little bit for Fergus O'Neill, who blocks this ball from the South African. 210 for 6. Eight balls away from the tea break as Harmer In once more, single taken by Fergus O'Neill, moves to 29. Useful runs these from O'Neill, still Houghton, Farhan Ahmed and Pennington to come. Last ball of the over, Verena on 53. Happy just to drop it on the leg side. So that's Harmer done for this session. 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 25 to Simon Harmer. Presume it'll be Matt Critchley to wrap up the session. And his cap to umpire Hartley. Sam Cook's just passing on a little bit of wisdom to Matt Critchley. He'll continue to bowl in his sunglasses. The leg spin bowler, 1 or 2 people just moving about at the far end, but they've disappeared now as Critchley bowls. This one's eased into the offside, and there's no run. 211 for 6 as Don comes back for the last knockings. 5 balls left.
Basically, it was Essex's morning, but Nottinghamshire's afternoon.
Next ball's just drilled into the offside.
Is that fair? My report?
In isolation, I've just said 130 odd runs for 1 wicket in isolation. You'd say, yeah, the batting side has won that session. Of course, they had a lot of catching up to do. It was almost like if you're scoring it in boxing parlance, as Critchley bowls and it's defended, they have 10-8 rounds, don't they? If there's a knockdown, and a 10-9 round if it's not a knockdown. Well, it was certainly a 10-8 round in boxing scoring this morning. So we've got Essex just a little bit ahead. 211 for 6. I think probably a par score would be 250 for 4 maybe at this stage. Who knows what a par score is, but I would have Essex still ahead. But yeah, in isolation, Essex clearly won the morning session, 78 for 5. Where are we? 133 for 1 this afternoon with 2 balls left, which O'Neill seems content just to block from Matt Critchley. 1 ball left.
I'll say it quietly.
Yeah.
We did drop your South African on 33.
33, yeah, dropped by Harmer off Cook.
Unusual for Harmer.
Critchley bowls. It went quickly, like I say, and it wasn't an edge to slip. He was square cutting it, and it just flew very quickly. So a single taken from the last ball of the session. So it does mean that O'Neill will keep strike. 212 for 6 after 64 overs. Verena is 53 not out. Got to his half century from 116 balls. And Fergus O'Neill has moved quite quickly to 30 not out. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage this afternoon. I know there's a few more messages come in. We'll try and attend to them when Don and I return. The players are off for a little break, get a cup of tea down their neck, and we'll try and do the same, and we'll be back with you when play restarts in about 20 minutes time. So just past 4:30 we'll be back with you for continued coverage of day 1 of this Division 1 game in the County Championship between Nottinghamshire and Essex.
Good afternoon all, and welcome back to Trent Bridge. The sun is shining, the players are out there, they're in a huddle. Essex that asked Nottinghamshire to bat earlier in the day, and well, they bowled rather nicely this morning, having won the toss. Slater was LBW Porter for 1, Hamid was caught behind off Porter for 0. Clark was LBW bowled Cook for 16. Haynes was caught pepper bowled Snater for 23. And McCann, well, he played very nicely until he was caught and bowled Cook for 26. Score at lunch 78 for 5. And then Lyndon James has played very nicely for his knock today. And then Carl Verena, well, he was just 2 not out. And the only wicket to be lost this afternoon by Nottinghamshire was Lyndon James. He was bowled by Snater, having I think it would be fair to say, having a swipe outside the off stump, got an inside edge which cannoned onto the stumps off the bowling of Snater for 45. And that was the score, and that was worthy of a partnership of 89, but the score was 167 for 6 when that wicket was lost. And they got to tea, survived to tea, and it was very much Nottinghamshire's session in the afternoon. So Essex won in the morning, Nottinghamshire won in the afternoon, and we're on the post-afternoon stroke evening session, of which is it's going to be Noah Thane, who has had an indifferent day, 7 overs for 45. He's bowled 2 spells at the pavilion end. He's going to commence the evening's processions from the Radcliffe Road end, and he'll be bowling to O'Neill, who's on 30, and he's made those 30 in 37 balls, so he's had an impact with the bat. Verena, well, he's on 53, and it's going to be the Australian facing Noah Thane, who slips one down the leg side where it goes through to the keeper. He dives and prevents any runs, and we're up and running for the evening session. And you're listening to Don Topley and Dave Bracegirdle here at Trent Bridge in the Rothesay Division 1 encounter between Nottinghamshire, the title leaders at the moment in the Division 1, and Essex. Thane turns away from us to the crease. He bowls. This is almost a half volley, which is driven square of the wicket. It goes down to squarish third man where Snater does the fielding. 1 run. He waves to the pavilion. He's after something. Is the Australian? I think he's asking for a sweater, short sleeve sweater. The Australian's not used to our spring weather. Obviously a bit of a chilly wind around. Carl Verena, 53 off 123 balls. He was dropped on 33 as Noah Thane comes in. That's short. That's a poorish delivery. Somehow it's gone down for 4, but there's a third man. He was trying to hit it square, and he got a top edge that flew over the slips quite fine, and the third man fielder, Snater, couldn't stop it. It rushed off for 4. So 7th wicket partnership is of 50 now, and of course, just to say, O'Neill scored 31 of them. That tells you a little bit of the story for this wicket, and it's worth 50. So Verena's playing it down to square on the offside. They take a single and rotate. This over has been a dot ball, a 1, a 4, a 1. So it's going for 6s. He's gone into 7.4 overs, 0 for 51. Certainly Snater and Thane haven't bowled quite as well as Cook and Porter. And this is a nick, and he's been dropped. Harmer again at second slip. It went quickly, but he's dropped 2 in a day, Simon Harmer, who is, I'd almost put my mortgage on Simon Harmer never dropping a catch. I'd be homeless. 2 catches put down by Essex. How costly. This time it was O'Neill. Gosh. You don't want to be dropping catches, not at this level. Thane needed that wicket. This is driven into the offside, finds the man at cover point. There is no run. End of the over, an eventful over, certainly for Nottinghamshire, because they've enjoyed a drop catch and they've been quite productive. I think there was at least 6 off that over. Dave Bracegirdle, another drop catch.
Yes, and that one was just seeing the replay of it again to his left. I don't know, didn't move his body across, just instinctively put his hands to his left there, Halmer, and down it went. As you very well know, some guests pop in and say hello in the tea interval, so I didn't get a chance to have a cup of tea, so I've nipped down the stairs and actually beat them down. They went down in the lift. Apparently the lift's been stuck for a while. Just seen Peter Moores there down there. He was trying to get it to go back up, but they've sorted it all out anyway. But the lifts were...
Peter Moores is trying to fix the lift.
No. Where did I see him? Saw him on the first floor.
Did you speak to him?
Yeah.
Did you say your old roomy toppers is here?
I did, yeah. 218 for 6. Shane Snater to start his 15th over, and that's got through the defences of Kyle Verreynne. So 218 for 6. Notts have added 6 runs since the tea interval. Pleasant day weather-wise. We're starting to get the shadow from the floodlight pylon away to our right between the Smith Cooper stand and the William Clark stand, just starting now to make its journey across the square. At the moment, the very centre of the shadow is on the pitch that we used last week for the Durham game. There's Snater in again, and Verreynne just happy to defend. He's played nicely. It's sort of the textbook recovery job, really, isn't it, from Verreynne here. Went in at 6 with 74 for 5 on the 74 for 4, and that quickly became 78 for 5. He was 2 not out at lunch, dropped on 33, 53 not out at tea, and he's on strike now with Snater bowling to him, driven up to mid-on, and there's no run. We're only in the 66th over, so Notts will be looking to just dip their bread in if they can, and maybe get 30 or 40 runs. Well, that would be the ideal scenario for Notts in these overs leading up to the taking of the second new ball, when suddenly things will become much more trickier again once Cook and Porter have that second new ball. Verreynne on strike, drives elegantly, but straight to extra cover. Jordan Cox, there's no run. Would have enjoyed, or will enjoy, batting on here, Jordan Cox, when his time comes. A white pigeon lands on the outfield, the first I've spotted today. Presume it's one of those white scruffy pigeons. It's not an elegant, beautiful dove. And again comes Snater, and this one, it's Verreynne's bat fairly high on the splice and pushes it back to the bowler. No run. Only side to be bowled out, Middlesex for 2-2-2. And there's going to be some more twos when I tell you that Kent at 12 for 2 early on in reply. So 14 wickets have already gone down at Canterbury. Good luck if you've got day 4 tickets for down there. Next ball is driven up to mid-off, and no run, a maiden. 218 for 6, so Neil 31, Verreynne 58. They've added 51 for the 7th wicket this morning. Tom Wesley won the toss and asked Notts to bat first. Slater out for 1, Hamid out for 0, so Notts were 4 for 2 early on, both wickets to Porter. Couple for Cook then, as Clark fell for 16 and McCann for 26, and the last 2 wickets have been taken by Snater. Hames towards the end of the morning session for 23, and James towards the back end of the afternoon session for 45.
In comes Thane. Thane bowls, a little bit leg stumpish. They're going to take a single. They may look for two. No, they turn it down. Good bit of fielding there from, I think that's Charlie Ellison, who prevents the two. So 219 for 6.
The only Centurion so far on the day is Cameron Bancroft, the Australian, opening for Gloucestershire. He's 121 not out. Gloucestershire 242 for 1 against Glamorgan. So he's got half their runs. Ollie Price 67 not out with him.
In comes Thane. It's cut short of a length. There's a man out on the boundary to give him a bit of defence there. And there is a single. 220 for 6. As Thane turns to come in away from the Radcliffe Road, and this is a decent bouncer which the batsman O'Neill got inside of, and there was a slight uphill, but he got inside, he took on the hook. Probably the second bouncer we've seen all day.
Steve Crawley's been in touch. I know there was some controversy about South Africa getting through to the Test Championship final because of the amount of matches they've played, but Verena showing the sort of guts that got them there, a real scrapper. Yeah, couldn't agree with you more, Steve. He's a fine player.
In comes Thane. Almost, it's a no ball though. So there was an oohs and ahs for perhaps an LB, but it was a no ball, and he's going to have to be re-bowled. Essex have got to be just a little careful. They're still reasonably pleased with 222 for 6. Nottinghamshire are still fighting, but Essex just do not want to allow Verena. O'Neill's 32 from 44 balls. He's made an impact with the willow, really has, and Verena is being stubborn, obdurate, whatever you want to call it, occasionally punchy. Thane in, and this is defended into the offside, no run. They don't want to give runs away, not easily. Phil Britton, who often does a bit of cricket with Warwickshire, BBC.
Phil Britt.
Phil Britt, is it?
Is it Phil Britt?
Well, there's a gentleman, Phil Britton, who's written to me.
Oh no, that's a different fella then.
And he's talked about siblings. But he sent me a huge list. Huge list. As Thane comes in, and this is played out on the offside, forward defensive, and there is no run. Here's something, looking at siblings playing against each other, dismissing each other in the different formats. The Taylor twins from 1977. The Taylors.
M.N.S. Taylor and D.J.S. Taylor.
Correct. You've got, J. Crow, M. Crow, A.P. Freeman, J.R. Freeman, dating back. Thane's in. This is played down to third man. It opens the face of the bat, fairly sensible. And they take a single. The Chappells, the Bracewells, Craig and Jamie Overton, the Edridges, Peter Richardson, D.W. Richardson, God, there's Kirstens, 2 sets of Kirstens, Hanif Mohammed, Sadiq Mohammed. Honestly, there are more calls in South Africa. This is a list. It's an interesting list, and I don't know how on earth we can advertise it, but he's done very well indeed. So thank you, Phil Britton, for the email regarding siblings. And Glenn Jarvis, who writes to us, has been interested in the conversation about county cricket we had. But what he is looking forward to, Dave, is he's looking forward to the new women's professional format starting this season. And he's looking forward to going to all the games at Chelmsford.
Snater bowling to O'Neill. He's got another boundary. Lovely, sweet bit of timing this by the Australian, working it on the leg side. I was looking for the umpire then, and not surprisingly at this time of the day, umpire Milnes, who knows these parts, has opted to stay on the offside to the right-hander. So the son behind him has turned away Through square leg, through where the umpire would be, and away for 4. 2.27 for 6. Yes, a lot of the women's county sides obviously taking the name of the county side. That's Snater bowls, and this is dropped on the leg side. The Nottinghamshire based women's side will continue to be called the Blaze, as they have been over the last few years, as the regional East Midlands side. 2.27 for 6. My old chum Luke Fletcher is the bowling coach of the Blaze.
You'll miss him?
I don't think so. I think he'll be very much round for much of the season. This is down the leg side, and is that going to be a bye? It is indeed. That's tough on Michael Pepper. It was speared down the leg side by Snater. Pepper dived to his left, got a paw on it, but the ball just wouldn't stick in the gloves, ran away, and they take a bye. 2.28 for 6.
Text from Keith Escott. He said, lovely to hear you guys on commentary. Takes me back to the days of Valentine's Bark, and was wondering whether the other guys like Dick Davis will be joining us in the season. Next
ball chopped away. Allison Fields at backward point. Was that Ilford, was it, Valentine's Park?
Valentine's Park was Ilford, and South Church Park, Southend, that's where I made my debut. We played at Castle Park, Colchester. But he was wondering about the other guys, because you are unique. You are the one and only commentator for your BBC Radio Nottingham. We have 6 or 7.
Snater bowls and just played with soft hands, fielded by Harmer, who's sort of rounded about a 4th or 5th slip or gully position.
So we have Victoria, we have Glenn Speller, we have Nick, we have David, we have Paul Newton, Dick Davies, myself. So there's the sort of 7. But Dick Davies will be joining us probably the following week, because we only ever do 2 days. So the 2 days for the last 2 days, days 3 and 4, is Paul Newton will be up here with you, Dave.
Snater bowls and turned away on the leg side for a single by Verena. Moves to 60, unless it's already gone on. No, it does. It does now. 60. He'll keep the strike. 2.29 for 6.
And Keith continues to say he remembers the conversation we had last week about the smart speaker, and Alexa is a kind of smart speaker.
You've done it now, shouting that out loud.
It'll all be going in everyone's homes, won't it? It's his, Keith, it's his favourite option, is the smart speaker, to nominate, say, please play Notts versus Essex day 1. And that's what his favourite option is. So thank you, Keith, for getting in touch. This is Thane starting a new over, where he's played it into the leg side. That is by Kyle Verena.
Think of
Rain.
What was his name? Rayner. Ollie Rayner, the big tall Middlesex spinner. So think of Rayner.
Yeah, Verena.
And just took a V on the front
it's
of it.
An Afrikaans name. Comes Herald from Pretoria, I think you said earlier in the day.
Yeah. The pigeons are coming in now, look.
Strong Afrikaans city. As a short ball, hasn't really gone up. It's been pulled into the leg side. There's a man back at deep mid wicket, Jordan Cox. So that, no, it's Charlie Allison, and that gives the Australian an extra run. He moves to 38, 61 to Verena.
Now, has Ben come back, or is he with Worcestershire?
Full-time signing at Worcester.
Right.
He opened the bowling last week.
Right.
Against Taunton.
I missed that. I knew he'd gone on loan last season with the Pairs.
Noah Thane, this is driven square of the wicket. Little bit of width. Probably with the ball getting a little older, which it is 65... I've lost it again. Overs. 7 overs old.
That's maybe what your correspondent was setting you up for when you play against Worcestershire. Allison bowling to Allison.
Yes, that could happen very much. I remember Jamie Overton getting Craig Overton out.
one bonked the other one on the head and forced him
He
to
did.
retire hurt.
He
a year or
did,
two
correct. About 2 years ago at the Oval, correct. Noah Thane in off the back foot, and the Australian has to get back and behind it, tries to tickle it into the vacant mid-wicket area because there is no man there. He's back on the long boundary, but he couldn't do it. Dot ball, 232 for 6.
Bit healthier than 4 for 2.
The Mark Crawley, John Crawley, did they play against each other?
They will have done, but they're both batters, weren't they? As Thane comes in, played into the offside in front of square. There is a fielder there, so there is no run. Have you had, I mean, we had Ponce, of which one of them played here. Ian and Keith. We had the Wars play against each other for Essex and Australia. I'm trying to think of other brothers. You had many brothers here at Nottingham? Both Andy and Matt Carter.
Oh, of course, yes.
Don't know as they played together. I think Matt came into the team after Andy had left.
That's a short ball. That's probably come off the bat. It's gone down to fine leg, where they take a single. One more run.
No ball again.
Another no ball. That's going to cost the young lad, Thane. He's nearly on 10 overs, gone none for 62. So the figures don't lie there. He hasn't been unlucky. He just hasn't. He's a learning bowler. He seriously has not had much of a bowling history. He's a batsman who could bowl a little bit.
All good experience. Next time he comes here, he might take 6 for 20.
In he comes, bowls, and nice and straight. It's another no ball.
We had a bit of this with Will Rhodes last week on his Durham debut. Just couldn't get it right, kept overstepping.
Will Rhodes, he started off at Yorkshire, went and captained Warwickshire.
Yeah.
Did he captain him in a championship winning side?
I'm not sure, but he's now with Durham. We had the Pattinsons. They, of course, didn't play together. Darren Pattinson and then James.
Good call. In comes Thane. This is clipped into the leg side. A bit of a space there at deep mid-wicket, of which Charlie Allison falls over, and his wheels, he gave up on his wheels there. He slipped and went on his backside, but they didn't cost his team anything, but they took a 2-run.
I don't know if you remember Samit's brother, Akil Patel. He only played 3 or 4 games, but
Didn't know
Samit would have been in the team for those, Samit and Akil Patel.
Well, you've been introduced to Noah Thane today, but there is a younger Thane, and he's on the academy, so you might find that they become a pairing in Essex history.
239 for 6. Notts continue to inch their way up towards a batting point. I remember saying at lunch that they were a long way from threatening the batting points. They've done well to get in this position. Essex over 8, by the way, is -1. Did mean to have a look as soon as we came out after tea, as Snater bowls and it's dropped on the leg side. So it's not that bad, is it? Even though we went for tea half an hour late, the over 8's only -1. It's always something that we can never totally understand, but it doesn't matter. Steve, don't know if you've mentioned Root yet. Billy bowling to Joe. Definitely happened in a one-day cup game at Trent Bridge. It did indeed. I think
he got him out.
No, Joe hit Billy for, well, not here. That particular match, as this is driven through the offside again by O'Neill. There'll be runs, maybe 3. Will it reach the rope? It's going to be touch and go. No, it's nicely fielded, but they will come back for 3. Good shot by O'Neill as he goes into the 40s. Yeah, there was a one-day cup game maybe, 7, 8, 9 years ago. And Billy came on with Joe nicely set, and he hit the winning runs. He hit Billy for a 6 to win the match. 2016, 2017 maybe, something like that. 242 for 6. There's the Nottinghamshire score. Partnership 75. O'Neill has 42 of them, and Verena 64. This ball cut away, and there'll be maybe 2 on this occasion. This time it's Verena. tell you what, Charlie Allison is fielding every ball, and he's either fielding it at point, saving one, or on the deep offside boundary in front of square, or behind square, or down at third man, or whatever. But he's having to move from that offside position every ball to cut it off. 244 for 6. We had a 6 quite early this morning. The first real shot of defiance from Nottinghamshire. Joe Clark hitting Porter back over his head. This next one's hitting Verena high on the splice and drops out on the offside, no run. You remember that straight 6? We didn't know if it was a 4 or a 6. Yeah. The live stream said 6, the scoreboard said 4. Saw the umpire signal a 6 initially, and eventually it was ratified as a 6.
Beautiful check drive.
Yeah.
For those who don't know, a check drive is where you don't full flow of the bat that sort of breaks and goes over your shoulder. A check drive is one which probably goes to the horizontal.
I fancied him today to get a big score. Didn't happen. Not for the first time. A million miles off in my predictions, as this is played to Critchley at point. 244 for 6, but just the way he started, and then in the next over he hit a 4 and a 3, and then he was gone. LBW with one that may or may not have been hitting leg. 244 for 6, Nottinghamshire. Trent Bridge.
Sibley out yet?
Oh, there's a sorry, a 232 for 8. I can tell you that, as Snater comes in and bowls, and an accurate delivery on the off stump. Dominic Sibley is 83 not out in the Surrey versus Hampshire game. He opened the batting, of course, at 11 o'clock. He's faced 194 balls, been at the crease just 4 minutes short of 5 hours, 296 minutes. 8 fours and a 6. Is it a 6?
6.
He might carry his bat there. 232 for 8. He's batting with Kemar Roach.
Oh.
And there's only Dan Worrell to come, so he may well carry his bat there.
Pleased that Worrell's playing. They didn't play him last week at Chelmsford. They gave him a rest.
A rest.
Yes.
A rest before the first match of the season.
Yes.
Frankie Worrell, they call him, don't they?
Yep,
Dan
they
Worrell.
do. Yep.
There's Critchley. These are just to eat up a few overs before that second new ball, you'd imagine.
Yeah. And of course, you know, you don't want to waste Cook and Porter. You need those for that new ball.
And Fane was gifting runs away from overstepping.
He was. We'll look at the bowling figures in a moment, as Critchley, as Dave said, has come on to try and use up a few overs before the new ball. We have got a slip in. We've got a man on offside, followed a deep square leg, a mid wicket and a mid on. So Critchley, in he comes. He bowls, pitches it up. It's of good length, right on the money. The batsman comes forward. The diminutive Nottinghamshire keeper, no, it's not, it's a Neil facing, who comes forward, and there is no run. Next ball, plays it on length. He steps back, tries to cut it, finds the fielder at cover. There is no run. Critchley 4 overs for 20 at the moment. Snater 17 overs, 2 for 69. Critchley in again. This has got a bit of width on it, but he finds the fielder, who moves to his left very quickly to prevent any runs. And Critchley in again. And there's an LBW shout. He's given him. Critchley makes much of the moment, given the opportunity. He bowls one. We'll have to have a look if that was the one that went straight. The Australian looks a bit disappointed and a bit furious with himself, having got out, having played so well. Fergus O'Neill, LBW Critchley for 42. The score 244 for 7, and he gets a decent applause because I think he played very nicely there.
And I do as well, yeah. That was high quality innings. 6 boundaries. Faced 60 deliveries and the crease for an hour or so either side of tee. Took the score from 167 for 6 to 244 for 7. So what's that, 77 they added. Applause for Brett Hutton getting his season bow. as he makes his way out. Didn't play last week. He's in effectively to replace Josh Tong. There comes Brett Hutton. 244 for 7. So that's a big wicket really for Essex to get. We're half an hour or so away from the taking of the second new ball, but they've got rid of one of the set players. Kemar Roach out at the Oval, so they are 9 down. So Sibley, he's got to hope that Worrell sticks around with him if he wants to get 3 figures.
160, 244 for 7. It was a very, very healthy partnership. O'Neill, LBW Critchley for 42. Just done a little bit of admin in our books, and you done yours on the computer. As Critchley has got himself a wicket. The field hasn't really changed. It's a 6-3 field. Slips still there. Man on the drive, Simon Harmer. Otherwise, there's a ring on the offside. As Critchley comes in, first ball to Brett Hutton. Hutton drives into the offside to a vacant part of the ring, the inner ring, where it goes out to, I think it's Porter at deep cover on the Fox stand. 1 run, and Brett Hutton, well, his season is up and running, having not played last week. Verena, this is cut fine, almost a late cut. An old-fashioned late cut, which you don't see often in English cricket, but that was executed beautifully as it runs down to the boundary at fine third man for 4. So excellent shot that.
Yep.
Highly skilled.
So Notts within 1 of a batting point, 249 for 7. Brett Hutton's the new man, 32 years of age now. Made his debut in the Champion County game in Abu Dhabi way back in 2011. This is his 92nd first-class game. He's taken 316 wickets for Notts, 12 of them in 3 matches against Essex at an average of 22. He did have figures of 5 for 65 against Essex in the match at Chelmsford in 2021.
Where did he play before?
Northants. He started with Notts and then he went and had a couple of years with Northants. Came back for the COVID summer of 2020 as a best with the bat of 84. So can play, but he's nicked that one and he's gone. He's caught behind, and Snater gets his 3rd of the day, and it's 249 for 8. And Brett Hutton didn't hang around too long today. Just off the mark with a single, and gives Michael Pepper the chance just to dive to his right and get his 3rd catch. 249 for 8. And so often happens after a long partnership, the next one comes and goes quite quickly, and Notts just got to make sure that they can eke out every possible run here with Farhan Ahmed and Dylan Pennington left, just to try and support Kyle Verena. Been update for BBC Radio Nottingham in a moment. .249 for 8. Well, they've doesn't look like they're coming. They didn't get a cue for the cricket, certainly. Brett Hutton out for 1, just the second ball he faced. And here is Farhan.
Well, Snater's now the leading wicket taker in this innings. 17.1 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 69. Porter 16 overs, 2 for 29. Cook 16 overs, 2 for 30. Both have got 6 maidens each. Thane 10 overs, 0 for 66. Harmer 7 overs, 0 for 25. Critchley 5 overs, 1 for 25. But Snater has got 3 in the right column.
He'll be looking to finish the job as quickly as he can here. As Farhan Ahmed, 17 years of age, makes his way to the middle. Scored 17 last week. That's the highest score of his young career, having been sent out as a night watchman This is just his 7th first-class game. Already taken 27 wickets at 26 apiece, best of 7 for 140 on debut last year against Surrey when he bowled something like 75 overs in the match. Right-hander. Comes Snater to bowl to Farhan and solidly behind it and defends. As I say, they sent him out as night watchman last week, so that shows that he does have reasonably good defensive technique. They were happy to entrust him with that job, and he shared in quite a big partnership with Matthew Montgomery.
And he and his brother Ahmed at Leicestershire, brothers.
Yeah.
So one's a leggy, one's an offie.
Snater in again and defends. Yeah, Michael Jacobs. More cricketing brothers you've not mentioned, not the same teams. Martin and Darren Bicknell.
Yep.
Gary Robert and Adrian Rollins. Mark and Gary Butcher.
Yep.
Thank you, Michael. And Alistair says, what do you think's a good score? Well, you never really know. I think not sort of like some more. You always like some more, don't you? You like to get 500. They certainly will be happier with where they are now than when they were 4 for 2 and at lunch 75 for 5 as Farhan defends. But it's one of the beauties of 4-day cricket. You just never really know how good it is as the match unfolds over days 2, 3 and 4. We're all thinking that Essex will build a lead and get 400, 450 and build a lead, but you just never know. You just never know.
Does help if you don't drop catches.
Yeah. Ahmed bowls, beg your pardon, Snater bowls to Farhan. Ahmed pushes it out onto the offside. So O'Neill was dropped on 31 and went for 42. Verena was dropped on 33 and he's still there on 70. Harmer spilling on both occasions. Fane and Cook, the unlucky bowlers.
Yep. And the reason I mentioned the Ahmed brothers, one's an offie, one's a leggy. I was just wondering when Dad was younger and the kids were.
Next ball, there's a bouncer which Farhan bobs underneath. 249 for 8.
Just wonder whether Dad used to bat against the two boys. That's why they became bowlers.
Maybe.
Rather than batters.
Yeah. Dan Worrell is batting now for Surrey with Sibley. 85 not out, 234 for 9. That's at the Oval. So we've gone past that score here. 234 for 9 at the Oval, 249 for 8 knots.
Sibley didn't get many in the first innings. I think he was LBW to Cook in the first innings at Chelmsford, but in the second innings he was immovable. And I remember his big score for England at Newlands in the Test match. I remember that particularly well in Cape Town.
That's on the bucket list, I think. Newlands. I fancy
it is
that.
nice. Just everything about Cape Town is nice.
Ever since they told me it was about 30 pence a pint, I've fancied going to watch the cricket there. I expect it's a little more now, but that sounds like a place to go.
Critchley in, bowls a nice length. Their inside edge played for the spin. I don't think that one did, and it's gone out into the leg side. Verena says no run. Yeah, love visiting Cape Town. The garden route all around. Cape Town is a beautiful city. Now, for Verena, Essex have posted for Critchley quite a square third man, but for a leg spinner, which is unusual. So the applause is for the point for batting, first of many, probably. And now they bring the two men back on the boundary at square third man and square point. They both bring them up to the Nottinghamshire number 10, Farhan Ahmed, who's facing. Slip and a man on the drive, driven into the extra cover where there is no run.
Just wonder if Verena will be slightly more aggressive.
Leggy here, driven out to Jamie Porter, who's come up on the single, square on the boundary, so no run. Pigeons are on the old wicket now. Gosh, they're finding the seed that's been set. There's the Leggy that's been driven. Good delivery, good shot, but he finds the fielder. And now Essex asked Jamie Porter to retreat to the boundary. They're going to give Farhan a run in the covers, but it's played into the leg side where it concludes the end of the over. 250 for 8. There's a fair number of pitches. Your white pitch, is he still there?
Yeah, he is, yeah, right in the middle of them. On the live stream, a shot of the Nottinghamshire dressing room, the balcony, the changing area. Of course, the hospitality suites have been extensively redeveloped during the winter. Got everything that the players would require to have a proper dressing room facility for 2025.
Which means showers.
Yeah.
There probably weren't showers in there before. And they have to entertain and the girls as well, because they'll play here.
Yes, yep. 250 for 8. It'll be Snater to continue. Figures of 3 for 69. Comes in now and bowls to Verena, and again he's going to take a single first ball, and Essex won't mind that. They'd set the field out deep. You have a player of Verena's quality, and then you take... I know you should never judge a book by its cover, as they say, but you take one look at Farhan Ahmed, and 17 years of age, and he, in a sense he looks even younger. He's not very tall, he's slight, and you're bound to think, let's give the set player a single and let's bowl at him. This one passed his outside edge and through to the keeper, but we saw last week against Durham he can play. I think we knew that anyway, but he can play. But this will be a challenge for him. 251 for 8, and it'll be a challenge for the Essex side when he gets an opportunity to bowl at them, I'm sure. Verena, the top score, 72 not out. It's at the non-striker's end as Farhan just holds the bat inside the line, didn't push at that. Lyndon James made 45, Fergus O'Neill 42, and then Freddie McCann 26, Jack Haynes 23. They're the only other players to pass 20. Snater once more, past umpire Hartley, bowls edged, bounced well in front of third slip. Played down into the ground by Farhan. Matt Critchley's down onto the ground and decided he quite likes lying there, having that little bit of afternoon sun before reluctantly, it seems, getting himself back on his feet. 4 balls gone in the over.
Phil Britton come back to us and said we certainly missed one Essex set of brothers.
Next ball wide of the off stump through to the keeper.
Well, how could we forget about the flowers?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Grant dismissed Andy once. Joe and Billy Root played against each other 4 times.
Yeah.
3 first class, 1 list A, but never dismissed each other. Ian Pont did play.
Last ball of the over, Shane Snater to bowl to Farhan Ahmed, who plays it defensively. Out onto the offside. Matt Critchley chases after the ball, picks it up and will hang on to it. Walks over to umpire Milnes and Hands over his cap because he'll continue bowling from this end. 251 for 8. Sussex have been bowled out on their home turf down at Hove for 294 against Somerset. That's the first side to be dismissed in Division 1. Yorkshire still batting, 316 for 5 against Worcestershire. Surrey 242 for 9 now. Sibley 92 not out. And Durham 258 for 7 against Warwickshire at Chesterley Street.
Sibley, can he get across the line?
You'd imagine there it's going to be a case of a field with everybody out on the boundary giving Sibley one. And mind what I've seen of Dan Worrell, he can only play one way. He likes to give it a bit of biff. There's Critchley.
In he comes. Bowls. Pitched up, driven into the offside, but there is a fielder there. No run. Bright sunshine, and not forgetting this ground. Very impressive it is. It's got many, many white seating here. Much white seating. This is cut off the back foot where they're going to take a single, and that was a single to Verena. He moved to 73, scored 252 for 8.
Shadow's lengthening, that floodlight shadow, almost reaching the strip they're playing on now.
In hit Critchley in, and this is played by Ahmed, who's probably faced a leg spinner quite a lot in his adolescence.
You'd imagine.
His brother, so this is meat and drink to him really, as Critchley comes in, comes down the wicket, and he drives, takes a single as it's parried by the bowler on his follow through. Tom Wesley does the fielding right behind the stumps, so a good shot there.
Big aeroplane just descending into East Midlands Airport.
Is there where?
There, look, over the top of the Smith Cooper stand.
Oh yes, coming in.
Not seen too many aeroplanes today.
As Critchley bowls, this is short.
And
Verena,
dispatched.
and he cuts it in front of square, in front of Porter, who is the defender on the boundary, and he collects 4 runs. That's not a great delivery, but a very good shot, and it collects 4 runs, 259 for 8.
That's the 150th delivery Carl Verena's faced.
In he comes, Critchley. This is short as well, because he's that kind of a fella. He's awkward to bowl at, is Verena. You've got to get him coming forward. You do not want to let him hang back. You've got to pitch it even further up to Verena to get him to come forward.
Better over this for not 6 runs from it. Last ball.
That's gone fine. He's played for that. It's a deft lake cut, which really has gone for 4, which we've seen 2 or 3 times in his knock. They are terrifically skilled shots, and he collects 4, 264 for 8. Verena 78 of his 151 balls.
2 Notts batters both chatting. Wonder who's the tallest. They absolutely looked identical height there, Verena and Ahmed. Nice shot, so 10 from that over. Notts wouldn't mind 1 or 2 more like that before that second new ball stodges things up again. 264 for 8.
Essex need that new ball, eh?
Yeah, Verena on 76. Going to be Snater to continue. Lengthy spell this from Shane Snater.
Still got a few overs. Tom Wesley also talking with his teammates.
He used to bowl at one time, didn't he? Office.
Yeah, and people were observing that he didn't bowl last week in the game against Surrey. Critchley's a better bowler than a second spinner.
Verena on strike. Let's this one go through to the keeper.
Harmer bowls so many overs that as Critchley would, he won't moan, because he would like to bowl more overs himself. But with Simon Harmer in front of him, Harmer's going to get a lot of overs. So Critchley will only pick up what he can get when he can get it. So he is a better spinner than a second spinner.
Snater Ball's again wide enough to be left alone by Verena. He's had a light workload in this innings, hasn't he, Simon Harmer? That might not be the case in the second innings. 264 for 8.
All quite quiet at the moment here at Trent Bridge.
Next ball's on its way now and driven into the offside. I've had a WhatsApp, no name, just the number. It's clearly somebody who knows me who's got my number. Hi Dave, big aeroplane, a DHL plane from Delhi. Enjoying listening before the football tonight. Sorry, whoever that is, I've got the name, the number, but I've not got the name saved.
So it can't be one of your close mates, because we had your close mates in here at tea time from your old cricketing history.
264 for 8. Oh, that's a nice looking shot. He's not going to get any runs for it, Verena. He's cut off by a diving Cook. Presume it's Cook with the floppy sun hat on at mid-on. Needed to be alert there and make a good diving stop. 264 for 8. Yes, some lads I used to play cricket with. When you say back in the day, we're talking about the 80s. Popped in to say hello.
Nice to see them. They suggested you had a couple of shots. You were a bit of a Billy Blunter. Is that harsh?
Next ball is pushed in the offside and there's no run.
Was this after your international honours or before?
Oh no, well before.
Well before. So, what were the names of your cricket teams you played for? They mentioned a couple.
Yeah, I played for those three with two village teams not too far away in the Newark area, Wellow and Cornton.
That's it, Wellow and?
Cornton.
Right.
Cornton on Saturdays, Wellow on Sundays.
Was that friendly cricket or league cricket?
Saturday was always league. This is worked on the leg side. Sunday was friendlies. I played midweek for them both, depending on what year and what day of the week they were playing. 265 for 8. The end of that over. Ahmed has 5. Verena on 79. Got 4 overs before that second near ball becomes due.
Porter and Cook will be interested in that.
Oh right, it's sorry Chris, I should have your number, but thank you. Yeah.
You've upset him.
Yeah, well, I'll attend to that now. Make sure he's in my contacts so it won't happen again. Chris has obviously got one of those gadgets, one of those gizmos that tell you what the aeroplanes are in the sky and where they come from. Martin Emerson last week was telling us everything, even what they were having for their lunch on their way to Benidorm or wherever it was.
Critchley in short, pulled into the leg side, where it's a diving Sam Cook who can't stop the single as it goes up to Nick Brown, who's the substitute fielder. He's out there.
What's Sam Cook then? Wonderful World?
Yeah,
is that what it is?
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Something like that.
In comes Critchley, bowls. That might have been the googly or the top spinner. I detected his wrist was a little different. His right hand wrist was a little bit different, and maybe that he tried to get the back of his hand facing the batsman, which suggests the googly. That's the leggy, played into the leg side, offside, where there is no run. All very quiet. The pigeons have gone to the other end of that U strip. This is an immaculate delivery and well called. I tend to think the non-striker called that through. And that was a good piece of cricket there, because it went into a space, and I reckon one said wait and the other one said yes. And the one who said wait actually agreed with his partner and ran through. So well done to Ahmed for probably calling that run. Verena is off strike. Critchley's bowling leggy to offie rather. And this is driven up to mid-on, where there is no run.
Dominic Sibley has reached 100 from 5 hours 26 minutes at the crease, 217 balls.
Yeah, well played. Oh, that's gone down to fine third man again. I don't think he's going to stop it. No, he can't. That's another cracking shot there from a Nottinghamshire batsman.
It's Farhan again. Moves on to 10. So a little glimpse of his qualities last week. As I say, the night watchman. You know, his first role, obviously, on the evening was to just take the brunt of the bowling and protect Matthew Montgomery, and then the next morning to push on, and he did that nicely. A career best 17. He's only played 6 games, so it's a very small sample size, but further evidence here that he knows what he's doing. It's going to be Sam Cook. So we've had 77 overs. They're bringing him back just a whisker early to get a couple of overs in before that second near ball. Just want to try and see if he can knock knots over. I think Sam Cook has got a wicket in his first spell, got a wicket in his second spell when he came back and got Freddie McCann caught and bowled. See what he can do here. 2 for 30 his figures, 272 for 8 Nottinghamshire. Bowls now to Verena, just works this into the leg side to move to 82 not out. 273 for 8, single taken at the start of the over again.
Well, he won't do his England chances any harm if he can whip out the tail with his old ball, or indeed the second new ball. With Rob Key, Luke Wright watching, and get a good resume from Jeff Arnold.
Farhan Ahmed on strike on 10, and is defended. Forget their age, because I think Porter's a bit older, but generally, if you're matching them up, you can only have one choice. You pick in your world 11 and you're suddenly told, well, number 11 is going to go to one of the 2 Essex bowlers. Who are you picking and why?
Cook.
Why?
I think Cook is just a slightly better on flatter wickets, bit taller as well, a little bit quicker.
This has dropped on the leg side and there's no run.
That's that, and I'm sticking to that. Little bit quicker, little bit taller, and I just think he's become the better bowler for me. That's harsh on Porter.
I can't challenge you because I don't see enough of either of them. I just
they are quite different.
You know, they're like fish and chips. Oh, here come Essex, here come Cook and Porter. It's going to be a dual threat at each end. They've both been hugely impressive over a number of years as defenders. Last year, Farhan Ahmed had number 97, and then this year he was allowed to change his number and opted for number 7, and Carl Verena, who likes number 7 himself, has ended up with Farhan's old number, number 97. Here's Cook, bowls to the 17-year-old who blocks this out onto the offside, and there's no run. 273
Luke Fletcher,
for 8.
what was he? What number?
19.
Okay, has anyone got 19 this year?
Not as yet, no.
Right, okay. Yeah, I remember talking, is a little story. I remember I played under Jeff Howarth. I played one game for Surrey, and I remember asking him what the difference between Richard Hadley and Dennis Lilly.
It's pushed into the offside, no run.
I remember going out to dinner and we were walking back to the hotel, and I asked him.
He said one's a New Zealander and one's an Australian.
He actually said, as bowlers go, as skills, they're very close. He said, I reckon out of their pomp, you could probably get 8 maximum overs out of Lilly, and you'd probably get 7 out of Hadley. That was the New Zealand captain. Right. I was intrigued by that. He said, but in terms of the quality of the performer, they're pretty damn close. And I thought that was interesting.
Yes, yeah. So here is Jamie Porter. So come back. Cook to bowl the 78th over, Porter to bowl the 79th. Wesley clearly feeling that runs were just coming a little too easy from the change bowlers, Snater and Critchley, who've been operating until recently. So wants to try and A, take some wickets, but B, if not take wickets, at least put the brakes on. Field set deep for Verena. They've all disappeared to different postcodes. Porter bowls to Verena and he'll get off strike. Well, he won't get off strike, I beg your pardon, because he's laced this through the offside for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot out there towards the fence at the base of the Fox Road stand.
That went like a tracer bullet, isn't it? Yeah, super sure. What's his total? He's on 86.
Played well, hasn't he? Played really well. Next ball on its way now and defended. Just find his career stats again, Carl Verena, which is usually the kiss of death. 14 first-class hundreds, averages 50.63 from 93 first-class games before this. That's a lot of matches, 93, to be averaging over 50. Porter bowls, he'll cut this away for 4 more. Will it go? Yes, it will indeed. So it's gone very quickly here from 82 to 90. Now this isn't with the new ball. It just seems as if there's like obviously an extra bit of pace on with Porter bowling, but it's coming off the face of the bat quickly here for Verena and moves to 90. For Nottinghamshire, 3 matches last year, as I mentioned a few times, 248 runs, highest score of 158 not out against Warwickshire. 4 innings for Notts, and 3 of them he was not out. Well, he's currently not out here as well, 90 not out. Played for South Africa all 3 tests the last time South Africa toured England in 2022, and he's now up to 24 test matches with 4 centuries at that level. Porter to Verena, and he blocks it. Those of you that do the old fantasy cricket, I hope you took the hint from me in my preview for the BBC and put Carl Verena in there. Do you do that? Do you do any of that? Any of that fancy stuff? Fantasy stuff? No, nor me.
No.
Some people live and breathe it. All different sports. Big thing, the old Premier League football fantasy, isn't it? But not for me. This is pushed into the offside, no run. 281 for 8. So there's 1 ball left. Single, do you reckon?
Well, it's available. They're bringing up the cover boundary fielder, slipping a gully. The square leg is staying back on the boundary. Mid off, mid on, a little bit tighter.
I just wonder about third man. He's asking if he should come up, and they've left him down there. Just open the face and run it down.
Square leg is coming up now.
I tell you what, there's a 3 through mid wicket. Just caress it through mid wicket and don't take the 1, take the 3. Depends where Porter bowls, of course. I don't think he's going to be giving him any obvious 3s. Porter bowls, and it's pushed defensively into the offside. So Essex getting second prize there. They keep Verena at that end. 281 for 8 here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Nottingham, with Farhan Ahmed on 10. Carl Verena on 90. They've added 32 and we've got 17 overs left in the day. every possibility, of course, or a possibility, of course, that Essex could be batting before the close.
Very much so. They'll be disappointed if they don't. So we've now had 79 overs. We commence the 80th with Sam Cooke from the pavilion end, which the scaffolding in the white sheeting, the very large sight screen now, is in shadow. And actually I do remember the old pavilions at that end always got cold in the evening early. Cooke it is with 3 men in. This is clipped down the leg side. That's going to run down to fine leg where there is a single. I don't think it's come off any padding. No, it's one more run to Ahmed and to the team, and 282 for 8.
I was spouting nonsense. I knew there was something in there about the 7s and the 97s. South African cricket fan says, hello Dave, first county game I've ever watched, and I'm only watching it because of Kyle. I would think he's got his number choice because 97 is his number for both Western Province and South Africa. Thank you very much. So obviously when he came last year he wanted 97, but he couldn't have it because Ahmed had it.
This is played into the leg side, looking for a single, but he's hit it too well as the South African, the chap we just mentioned, with 97 on his back, and he's had to decline the single. Too strong it was to the fielder.
Thank you very much, South African cricket fan. He's got in touch there at Brace Cricket on Twitter or X. We have got an email address. There's Cook comes in to bowl now, and a play and a miss. I say we've got an email address. Dom's got an email address, and it's bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. So there you are. You can sign him up for all sorts of book clubs and whatever else. Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Hugh Turpill's got a new book out. Book launch next week or the week after, where he sort of looks at his cricket and journalistic life as on the circuit.
Next ball goes through to the keeper. Do you know anybody else that's got a book launch coming up?
Go on, you? Tell me, you've got another book coming out?
With an Essex contact. An Essex contact. So who's my friend that comes from Essex? Do you know who my friend is who comes from Essex?
Go on.
You don't know my friend who comes from Essex?
I don't know, as Cooke is on the way in. Cooke is in, and this is played on the front foot, no run. Dave Bracegirdle. New book still here. Bobby George. Yes, the King of Bling. It's available from the 2nd of June. That's about half term 2025.
Well, that's kind of, I wouldn't have plugged that myself. Yeah, Essex man, Bobby George, Audley near Colchester. I've done Bobby George, the dart player, and obviously TV personality. He's been so many programmes. Some really good stories in that, folks. Out 2nd of June. This one is driven, It's your end of mine.
Fielded. It's your end, actually. I took it. But,
you were too busy giving my book a plug, which is very kind of you.
Do you know what? I'd love to write a book, but it frightens me. Can I ask you? Okay, you've written it about someone.
Yeah. Go on. Ask the question. It's his autobiography.
So the content he's got to give to you in one way or another. Yeah. Whether he talks with you, meets you, or does it to a dictaphone, or because their stories are important in such a story. So, I mean, how long does it take? I mean, you know, some people who write, they go, oh, I had a great day writing today. I was able to get it onto paper, put it onto the computer, and then maybe other days, it's a bit like bowling. You bowl a couple of rubbish spells and you can't get it out. Is that fair?
Yep, absolutely fair.
It's going to be Porter.
It's Porter, and then I'll tell you.
Porter is on his way in, 3 slips and 3 in the ring on the offside with a new ball, and this is played all the way up to mid-on, no run.
September 2023, Notts were playing Somerset at Taunton, and I knew Bobby was doing some television work for the Masters darts at Yeovil the day before. I think the cricket started on the Sunday, and he was commentating on the telly at Yeovil on the Saturday. Summer of 2023.
Porter in, right arm over, forward defensive, immaculate that is. You're not getting through that.
And I was sat with him in the interval, having a good old natter and all the rest of it, and the girl who runs his merchandise stall came up and said, "That's it, Bobby, that's the end of the books." And I thought, well, none, yeah, absolutely none. They've all gone now. Back in 2003, I think, he did a book. The gentleman who wrote it, sadly, is no longer with us. So that was his autobiography, the end of his sort of playing career in 2003.
Porter in. This is driven to cover where there is no run. The fielder picks it up, throws it hard at the keeper. No run.
So all the copies that he'd ever had of that book been sold, and that was that. And anyway, that night we got talking, and well, you know, I'm sure we can sort you out and do another one, because I knew I'd written plenty of sports books, and so it started from there. I got the publishers to give us a date of obviously round about now.
Porter in, played down to third man. They're going to pick up 4 because there is no third man. You could see how he smartly just opened the face of the bat, did Farhan Ahmed, and just ran it simply down to third man. Good, intelligent cricket that from the Nottinghamshire number 10.
And over a period of weeks, we'd have one phone call a week, maybe lasting half an hour, 45 minutes, just natter about things. Obviously I knew his career well, his playing career and all the stuff he's done afterwards, and that went on for a while, and then we've caught up whenever he's had an exhibition in the East Midlands, or where I've been down there, I've called in to see him.
Porter in, bowls, and then nice and straight, played a forward defensive there. There is no run.
I mean, there wasn't a rush to do it because we knew the publishers couldn't get it out until now.
So do you, or does he approach a publisher?
Me.
It's
me,
you.
Yeah.
And is it a hard sell? Because, well,
I've done enough books for them. They know that if I say I will deliver that book on time, I will deliver that book on time, and it will be.
Is that often an issue? Porter in, and this is driven into the offside where they're going to pick up another boundary, more or less a half volley, opens the face of the bat with a little bit of width on it as well, and it's driven to the Fox stand. 4 runs, 290. Nottinghamshire are within distance of another batting bonus point.
Yeah, they are indeed.
So is that an issue? Lots of authors, writers,
well, I
don't deliver on time. I don't know.
And I don't really, but I've done enough books with that publishing house for them to trust me and know that I won't let them down. So, you know, it was penciled in and all sorted out, and, you know, I've sort of had enough time not to be absolutely, you know, up all night writing on things. You know, over the year I've just done a bit when I've been available, he's been available, and, you know, we'll do another 1,000 or 2,000 words today or tomorrow or whatever. Is Cook in to bowl wide of the pegs and through to the keeper, and, you know, like I said, and then when I've been down there, or whether I've caught up with him in an exhibition of, you know, we've just gone a little bit more depth in one or two stories, or I've clarified any sort of ambiguity. His good lady is very good. You know, I've emailed chapter by chapter, and she will read through them and, you know, put them to Bobby, and, you know, it's gone all right. It's gone all right. 290 for 8. Verena's on 90. The last 2 I've done, obviously Luke Fletcher, and before that Franklin Stevenson, and they've both gone pretty well.
Other books you've done? So you've done 2 cricket, 1 darts. What else?
Oh no, I've done, I think this is 15 I've done.
Have you really? I never knew that.
I've done Mansfield Town, Forest and Notts County Legends books. I've done, when Notts won the title in 2010, I did a book for that season. This is wide of the pegs and through to the keeper. The Nottinghamshire on this day book. West Indies at Trent Bridge book.
I mean, you're writing about feats.
I did a Leicester City history book of all
Did
things.
you? But those, you've got the stats and you've got the information. But what I was interested in, when you have to draw the information out of people you're writing about, am I being?
No. What you want, really, in an autobiography, you want the subject to be pedantic. You don't want them, or I don't want them, to think, oh, Dave's written that chapter, check, and the publishers check with their solicitors if is this the right thing? Is this potentially libelous and what have you? The Franklin Stevenson book, there were one or two things that really needed fact checking about his ban from
South Africa.
The repercussions of going to South Africa.
Yeah. Porter on his way in. This is played into the leg side. That could be two. That's a good looking shot. Will they take him on? No, they don't take him on. Shane Snater's arm is a pretty good one at deep mid wicket. He's done well to prevent the two. Good shot there from Verena, who moves to 92. Still brilliantly bright out there, especially with the white seating all around the ground. 92 off 179. Ahmed 19 off 32. Porter 2 slips awaiting, and this is a excellent forward defensive. That ball doesn't look as if it's swinging much. The second new ball. Ball age is only 2.2 overs. Trying to get the lacquer off, to buff it up, to try and get the leather shiny. I had a email here from a regular contributor, Mr. Tokley, and this is played up to mid-off where Allison does the fielding. There is no run. Bobby George enjoying the cricket from sunny Hockley. Well, that's towards Southend.
Okay.
He says Bobby George lived in Halstead in the early 1990s. When I lived in that area, and I often used to see him at the Gosfield sandpits. Turning to the cricket, this lad Ahmed, batting number 10 for Notts, strikes me as being well organised bat as Porter bowls, and Farhan Ahmed comes forward and blocks it. He said, I wonder if he's a long shot for the Ashes. Well, maybe. He's had international recognition. He is certainly one for the future. And dare I say this, that I do think he'll be competing with somebody like Critchley if they wanted to take a leg spinner. Probably Critchley bats a bit more, but Ahmed is the better leggy. Porter bowls, played up to mid-off, no run.
No, that's Rian Ahmed who's the leggy.
Sorry, Rian, yes,
sorry.
The off-spinner. But as regards an off-spinner going to the Ashes, finger spinners have never done particularly well out there. And, you know, I'll certainly say again, Matt Critchley, he hasn't looked too penetrative today, but he is a good cricketer, and he's better than a second off-spinner for a county. Porter bowls, played into the vacant offside. They look for a quick single, and they get it. And good cricket all round there from Ahmed to keep the strike. 293 for 8. Verena is on 92. Put my glasses back on.
Yeah, Ahmed's this is now a career best for him.
Is
he went past his previous best last week, got to 17, now he's got to 20 this time around. So only 6 matches for Notts, but up to 20. Still got Dylan Pennington to come.
Is he a genuine number 11, or can he hold his own?
He has a first-class best made at Chelmsford against Essex.
I think I saw him do it.
Yeah,
Whacked it. He
yeah.
whacked it.
Well, Jake Libby got 180.
Yeah.
Somebody else got a century. Chelmsford 2021, he got 56.
Yeah, he did. He kept hitting it into the river or down the ground. Yeah, I vaguely remember it.
293 for 8. 13 overs remaining in the day. Will be Cook to continue. Just about. Well, they've bowled neck and neck, Cook and Porter, 19 overs apiece as this past the outside edge. In fact, they've both bowled 6 maidens and they've both got 2 wickets. Porter's given away a few more runs, or they've managed to eke out a few more runs. 2 for 47, Porter from his 19 overs, 2 for 33 from his 19 overs. Sam Cook, 293 for 8. Not 7 runs away from a second batting bonus point. Psychologically, getting to 300, having been 4 for 2, is pretty good for Notts, I think. Might still be a few under par. This down the leg side. It brushed the thigh pad, and good work by Pepper prevents any runs being taken. What haven't we told you elsewhere lately? Surrey eventually all out for 253, so they did get a batting bonus point. Century for Sibley. In fact, he carried his bat exactly 100 not out, and Hampshire have already lost a wicket. They're 8 for 1.
Who got that wicket?
Middleton bowled Worrell for 5. Fletcher Middleton is out. That's looked like a low full toss, which is pushed up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, Essex had a couple of hard days in the dirt last week, and well, Nottinghamshire have rescued themselves, as Dave said, 4 for 2, but 293 for 8, so they're getting closer to 300 and a batting bonus point. But gosh, Essex would love this new ball to knock over the tail right now, even though that means they would have to face a few overs tonight.
Cook bowls to Farhan Ahmed, he defends. Gloucestershire, the standout batting performance of the day. They're 324 for 2. Cameron Bancroft not out, 141. Ollie Price has just been dismissed for 101 in that Gloucestershire 324 for 2 against Glamorgan. Wickets continue to tumble at Canterbury. Middlesex 222 all out. Kent already 95 for 6 in that one. Next delivery on its way. Farhan Ahmed will defend at Old Trafford, where Lancashire are playing Northants. Northants are the visitors. They're 292 for 5. Listed to come in next at 8 is Calvin Harrison, the Nottinghamshire leg spinner, who's been allowed to go on loan to Northants for this week and next week.
Are you in favour of those short loans, or are you unemotional about it?
I think as the season goes on, if you have a run of injuries and somebody can't get into a side, then I think it helps all parties, as Farhan Ahmed just fiddles at that one and runs it down to third man for 4 more. I was a little surprised that at the end of the first round of matches in fact, during Monday's play, the 4th day of the first round of the matches, we hear that players going on loan, so clearly Northants haven't got a slow bowling option within their ranks that they want to put in the side. 297 for 8. Farhan goes to 24.
Did they pick up another seamer? Was there a seamer going round as well? I can't remember.
I don't know, but they...
I'm not so keen on these 1-game loans or 2-game loans, personally.
No.
You know, was it Dominic Bess was playing for 3 different teams in 3 different weeks?
Is that right?
Was it?
I don't know.
Last year, year before?
I don't know if you could have 3 different. Crikey.
Porter on his way in, rushing in, and bowls on a length, comes forward as the batsman Verena, and there is no run. This is a hard part of the evening. I'm sure Luke Wright, the England selector, together with Rob Key, will be looking at Porter, their energies. Can they come back for the third or fourth spell in the day?
I thought you were going to say Luke Wright will have gone by now.
He may have gone home. You said he lives local. As this is played back to Porter on the front foot, no run.
I didn't. You said Luke Wright. I said Grantham boy. He was born in Grantham. Yeah.
Probably still lives towards Hove. Played at Leicestershire. Played at Sussex. Captain Sussex. Played at the Melbourne Stars for many years.
He did.
We were talking about Melbourne Renegades earlier today. Porter moving away from us. Can he find the energy? He bowls a goodish ball, which is played on the offside. There is no run. Rayner on 92, moving slowly in the 90s.
Yeah, but we saw him just pick off back-to-back boundaries against Porter when Porter first came back, didn't we? So any width, he'll be targeting that Fox Road side, the offside to the right-hander.
Porter at the crease, bowls. This is driven back down towards Porter, who fumbles the ball but stops any sign of any runs. So let's just have a quick look here. We're 2 balls left of this over. We've got 2 slips. We've got a man on the boundary giving the one on the offside. We've got a man on the boundary diametrically opposite on the leg side. Porter on his way in. This is a forward defensive for the 5th ball of this over.
He's not in a hurry, is he?
No, he wants to come back tomorrow morning.
Thanks once again to our fabulous camera crew all the way around the ground. Lewis, Lee, Spence, Barney and Shuey. And our fixed camera that they're calling Wilson. Somewhere fastened on the scaffolding at the far end. Thanks to Kirsty and Aaron for just looking after things with regards to the replays and keeping us on it.
Squeeze between bat and pad. There's a half a shout played into the leg side to conclude the over, and it's 297 for 8. And there are overs to bowl, 11. So if we do find a change of innings, then there'll be 3 overs off. So we lose that. Two overs.
2 will lop off, yeah.
So there will be 9 left.
I did mean to say hello to the girls downstairs as well today on reception, who are now calling Jackie and postcode lottery Pam. Say no more. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Congratulations, postcode lottery Pam. Producer Kirsty says she's just said you forgot Wilson. I didn't. I mentioned Wilson, the roving camera at the far end, as Ahmed drops this on the leg side, no run. I don't mean roving, I mean fixed camera at the far end. 297 for 8. Wilson got a mention. Everybody gets a mention. 1 or 2 have drifted away. I'm sure there'll be 1 or 2 drifting across the bridge to Meadow Lane as well, with Notts County in action this evening. Lovely sunny evening for a good crowd at the football. The younger brigade, including Donald, then be heading into the city centre down the leg side, well taken by Michael Pepper. There'll be lots on Don on a Friday night in Nottingham for you to enjoy.
Actually, I noticed where I walked from my hotel, decent walk, to the car park. The car park is in level 3 of the station car park, I presume it's called.
Oh.
And the reason, I was quite surprised actually. Obviously, ground floor, first floor, is the British Rail.
Next ball is defended by Farhan Ahmed.
But then if you go upstairs to level 3, you have to cross the tram. And the tram comes in. All looks very modern, all looks quite clinical, very nice. But how far out does the tram go, or is it majority around the city centre?
Goes out into the suburbs, but as to exactly where it goes, I can't tell you. How many up, lad? 297 for 8. Not been on it. As this is pushed to point, fielded by Critchley. One man falling short of a century. Former England in all formats player David Milan of Yorkshire out for 98. Yorkshire 360 for 8 against Worcestershire, and he was dismissed by the New Zealander Jacob Duffy, who played a couple of matches for Notts last year as well. Be doing an update for BBC Radio Nottingham in just a second. 10 overs to go in the day. Nottinghamshire still batting 297 for 8. Remember, they were 4 for 2 early on this morning. Kyle Verreynne, the South African wicketkeeper, is leading the fight. 92 not out. 297 for 8 with 10 overs left.
Thanks, Dave. And looking at your weather in Nottinghamshire now, tonight will be dry with widely clear skies throughout. Lows of 7. Tomorrow there'll be hazy sunshine. Cloud will move in from the west during
One ball left in the
Don't rule out the odd shower in the evening.
86th over, and it's Cook to bowl 2 for Hahn. Drives it straight back to the bowler and reaches down and stops the ball, and it remains 297 for 8. And now Verreynne's back on strike, then requiring 8 for his century. Is it going to be Porter once more? It is. That's looking to see the day out, still at the crease. Didn't have any current Nottinghamshire players available for birthdays today, but Arthur Shrewsbury was born on this day in 1856, and Arthur Shrewsbury, quite a tragic tale, played 23 tests for England and had all sorts of problems in, I was going to say in later life, as this is worked away by Verreynne on the leg side. He'll just get a single, moves on to, well, they've, what's happened here? Right, I've no idea what's happened here, so we'll try and sort this out. Porter's bowled to Verreynne, he's run it down to long leg, and then they've got together in the middle of the strip. Ball's come in, there's cries of run him out, and they've been allowed just to walk back to the end they started off at. I don't know what happened there. It looks, I really don't know what's happened. Next one is turned to mid wicket for a single. 298 for 8. Don't know if Don saw that. I've absolutely no idea what happened then. Did you see that delivery?
I didn't.
Right.
Powdering my nose. Sorry. I thought I had a good minute while you were on air for your update.
Right, 298 for 8. Ahmed is on strike on 24. And for the third time this over, Porter comes in and bowls, and it's deflected down to long leg. It's the 50 partnership. Yeah, they're applauding. I was just looking for the score. Right, the start of the over, Porter ran in and bowled. Verreynne has turned it down all the way down to long leg. They've set off running, and then they've stopped in the middle of the strip together, and they turned and they're looking at the umpire and they're looking at the bowler. The throw came in, there's cries of run him out, and they were allowed just to walk back to their respective ends. As Porter comes in and bowls, and it's a little push up to Allison at mid-on. They've got to get there quickly, and there is the 300 up for Nottinghamshire. That's very, very, very well done by the home side, who were 78 for 5 at lunch. Nicely done. If anybody has got any theories on what happened for that first ball of that over, I don't know. Richard Vaughan says, Dave, Verreynne was still looking down when Porter was about to release, but looked up in time. The umpire called dead ball. Thank you, Richard. Thank you. It's a good job somebody's watching what's going on, Don. Dead ball was called. So
Porter.
Yep.
On his way in, this is a forward defensive, fielded by Porter. No run.
It is one of the things with the headphones on. You can't. I know we've got an effects microphone, but you can't always hear. I certainly didn't hear David Milnes shout "dead ball," but it was just a strange old thing. Certainly, some of the Essex fielders didn't hear it or weren't aware because they were yelling, "Run him out! Run him out!" So two batters were just stood together in the middle of the strip. Strange old thing. It's your end.
Tis Porter in and is driven up to mid-on. No run.
Curious one.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, just on Arthur Shrewsbury then. He ended up shooting himself, aged just 30 as a Nottinghamshire and an England player. He's a fabulous cricketer by all accounts. Buried in Gedling, where Chris Morley is.
Porter bowls, and this, well, we're looking, unfortunately, third man's going to retrieve the ball. It's gone for 4. It was an edge, but I don't know if it carried. We'll have to have a little look.
He's tapped his knee. I'm sure he's tapped his knee for leg byes.
Has he?
Yeah.
But it was Pepper who was diving on the floor.
I think he was appealing for LBW. Must have been if it came off the... No, that's the dead ball. There's David Milnes signalling dead ball. I was on the screen. I was following it down to long leg.
We'll see if the replay can be played about the last ball of the over from Porter, because I did sense it came off and bounced low before the keeper.
Yeah, it was leg byes anyway. Anyhow, Notts have got 300 up, so they've got a second batting bonus point, 304 for 8. At the moment, it might just be for the moment, it's Notts 2, Essex 2 in terms of points, but one more wicket would put Essex back in front. We've got 9 overs left in the day, and it's going to be Shane Snater back into the attack to replace Sam Cook. He comes in and bowls, and this is worked away by Verena for his 95th run out onto the leg side. It's been a fine effort, Don, you have to say.
It has. This particular ball is only 7 overs old, but since lunchtime the wicket sort of the ball got older, but it got flatter, and it's probably been quite a nice wicket to bowl on if we analyse it now. At lunch it was, where was it lunch? It was
78 for 5.
78 for 5. So the rest of the day has been 227 for 3. That tells a different story.
Yeah, new ball crucial. Good decision by Tom Wesley this morning. Good recovery by Notts in the second half of the day. Just shows though if Essex can get off to a better start than Notts, if they can get runs from their top 4, could be a big score on the offing. Next ball is down the leg side, and Verena's tickled this away, and this will go for 4. That's taken him to 99. Late in the day here, some potential good news for Nottinghamshire, and our South African supporter who was watching his first county championship game. I'm sure we'll have his fingers crossed. So will family and friends of Carl Verena and his Nottinghamshire teammates as well, because he's on 99. There's 3 balls left in this over. The field has been brought in. Got a 2-man slip cordon, and then we've got 3 on the offside saving 1, 2 on the leg side saving 1. Shane Snater comes in to bowl to Verena and turns this to mid-wicket, and there's no chance of a run. Farhan Ahmed was eager, Verena was eager, but wisdom.
Before you do the commentary for his century,
steady, don't jinx it.
There's been a crowd of 5,639 at the Oval for day 1 of Surrey versus Hampshire.
310 for 8. Verena on 99. Snater bowls to him, drives this to mid-off, and there's no run. I wish all counties would give attendances. That's not a surprise, though, is it? Surrey at home. It's a Friday. It's a sunny day. It's the first home match for Surrey this season. Hampshire not far away.
I often feel that Fridays is a really good day of attendance.
Yeah.
I don't know about you tomorrow.
Yes.
You've got two football teams in town, obviously not playing tomorrow.
Next ball on its way now, and Verena striding forward. Snater feeling it was pad before bat, but he was halfway down the track, end of the over, 310 for it. Don, they've tried absolutely everything, haven't they? We've started on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday, and then that doesn't work because people don't know if you're going to get any cricket on a Saturday. We've had Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Similarly, you can't plan to bring the family to the cricket on the Sunday. We've had Saturday starts, we've had Sunday starts, then there's people saying, well, club cricketers can't come now, etc., etc. You can't win. I'd like
Saturday.
Yeah, this is set in stone for the first 7 rounds. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday.
Sunday isn't particularly well attended during the football season. When we get a few more in when the football stops for the summer, Porter into Ahmed. Ahmed plays into the offside on the front foot. See, both of these batsmen are really looking to play on the front foot all the time here. A couple of bouncers, but can the Essex boys find the energy to bowl a couple of bumpers late in the day on the first day? But as soon as we get Verena on strike, I'm sure you would like to do the commentary. So Ahmed is facing Porter. Ahmed stoically 26 runs, decent runs here. This is played into the leg side. There is no run.
Sometimes a shame, I think, for a lot of cricket fans who watch as much as they can. Then we get into September when the prizes are dished out, and the games are very often on the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and you know those supporters have to be at work or school or college or wherever else during September. We never seem to get any weekend cricket in September.
Porter to Ahmed. Ahmed plays into the offside.
But you can never please everybody. That's I presume that's somebody joking. Yeah, Jordan Cox just having a bit of a gag there, making out he'd pulled his hamstring. Should be a fine for making out he was injured.
In comes Porter into his run-up. Arms are pumping. Bowls and off the back foot in back down to Porter, who releases the ball to his captain Wesley, and there is no run.
7 overs to go after this one. Notts could end the day without being bowled out. It would be hugely surprising being 5 down at lunch, but it was testimony to how they've battled Lyndon James and Fergus O'Neill.
Forward defensive, played into the offside. No run.
They both got into the 40s. Brett Hutton only made a single, but Farhan Ahmed, when you talk about somebody with a career best, even at this early stage of his career, if you've got a career best, he's gone out there and he's battled away. And he's done a good job. Again, this will be all part of his learning curve, won't it? Facing Porter and Cook with a new ball.
Porter on his way in. Can he bowl a maiden? This is played up to mid-on. Yes, he can bowl a maiden. So, well bowled Jamie Porter. His 8th of the day. 2 for 50 off his 22. When you talk about Farhan Ahmed being, is he 17?
Yeah, 17.
So, he is technically still at school. Is that a good question? That's your prep. That's your homework for the night. Is he still at school?
I don't think he's got to worry about handing his own work in.
No. He may have finished his first year 6th. He may have not completed his second year 6th. When's his birthday?
February. He's only just 17.
So he would be technically first year sixth. So he may have left school after his GCSEs. Now, if you're doing your GCSEs, you will have just started your revision.
Snater to Verena on 99, and he's played a lazy little attempted cut at that one. You know what he was trying to do? Just hope there was enough width from Snater to just get some bat on it, run it down to third for the run he needs to move to his century. Crikey, would have been, well, he wouldn't have got any sleep tonight, would he, if he'd nicked that through to the keeper. Pepper. Good start to the over for Shane Snater. Be concentrating on trying to put the ball in a similar area. In comes Snater to Verena, strikes him on the pad, asking umpire Hartley, and this is a sore one for Verena.
Ooh.
Got one amidships. In fact, it's in the stomach there, rubbing away frantically. He'll have quite a tasty bruise just there.
Probably the only ball we've seen move in this second new ball.
What is it now? It's into its 10th over.
It's not done a lot, but that ball did.
310 for 8. Snater to Verena on 99. Opens the face, and crikey, trying to again run it down behind the wicket on the offside, and he very nearly chopped it on. And again, we had the sight there of the two slips, Harmer and Walter, putting their hands on their head. That was again close to being the end of him. He had a little bit of luck on 33 when Simon Harmer dropped him from the bowling of Sam Cook, but by and large he's not offered anything else to the Essex attack. So it's coming to the crease just before lunch. Halfway through this over now, and edged wide of Harmer, and that'll bring up his second Nottinghamshire century, his 15th in first-class cricket. Thickish outside edge, very well batted. Carl Verena takes his helmet off and raises that in his left hand, his bat in his right hand, to everybody inside Trent Bridge. Gets a great ovation as he brings up his second century in county championship cricket from 196 balls, 13 fours, and at the crease for 4 hours and 40 minutes. That's a really good battling performance from Carl Verena.
Well played, well played. I'll remember a few of his shots today, late cuts.
Snater bowls to him and he leaves this alone. Wasn't the magnificent manner that ideally you want to get to three figures, but at the end of the day it doesn't really matter, does it?
No. Simon Harmer applauded his international colleague. But Harmer has dropped 2 today, which is unheard of. He's quite close. He's closer than the keeper.
Snater bowls and left alone.
Harmer has come up during the course of the day, a bit like Ian Botham used to.
Yeah.
As in front of the keeper, because he would rather see the ball dropped than perpetually fall short. That's the theory, but unfortunately for Essex, they've dropped 2 today, which have been costly. I think it's Noah Thane into the attack. He's bowled 10 overs, no maidens. He's gone for 66 and conceded a few no balls. So he'd like to rectify that by nipping out the tail if possible. He's going to be bowling to the Notts number 10, who is on 26 not out. Been impressive as the young man, 17 years old. Still trying to find out if he is still at school or not. Whether he has finished his studies, won't complete his A-levels and become a full-time professional cricketer. Noah Thane on his way in, right arm over, little too straight, tickled round the corner all the way down to the boundary fielder, which I think is Sam Cook in the shadows. near the Batman scoreboard.
Was it not Cliff in the shadows?
Cliff in the shadows, yeah, correct. Yes. It has reminded me that the old pavilion here at Trent Bridge, you lose the sun in the evening or afternoon, late afternoon session, and the home and the away dressing room used to get a little bit cold as this is clipped into the leg side to give Verena an extra run. He moves to 104. This partnership is worth 67.
Charlie's been in touch. Carl Verena's class, Dave. Proper batter, timing, technique, cricket intelligence, superb innings. Should bat higher than 6 if we bat first. Danger will be left high and dry. I think he's coming in the perfect slot actually, because he's just sort of anchored the second half of the innings, hasn't he?
Noah Thane in. This is driven powerfully up to mid-off, where Tom Wesley does the fielding. They cannot get the single. We've got a beautiful blue sky right now.
T's with us, class act, Carl Verena. Loving young Wizz's contribution too. They call him Wiz, spin wizard, the Wiz. Thank you, T. Nice to hear from you.
Thane moving away. Shadows ever increasing. This is a little straight, played on the back foot. And Ahmed gets back and across behind it and plays it to mid-on, no run.
How will Essex be feeling?
Tired.
Yeah, I'm going to say a bit. Lunch that have been on a high.
Oh, definitely.
Very much enjoyed their morning's work, but still to be out there, still bowling. Still the possibility of having to strap the bowling boots on tomorrow morning as well at the moment. 5 overs left after this one.
Noah Thane bowls. There's a play and a miss as it's an attempted run down to third man. Both these gentlemen batting for Nottinghamshire have enjoyed playing late cuts or opening the face of the bat and running it down, especially Verena, who has been particularly impressive at playing the ball intelligently down to third man. I'll go home tonight with the thoughts of some deft touches down to third man and some pulls, some punch pulls for the short batsman. Noah Thane plays and misses again. This time he wasn't trying to run it down. He was simply trying to play in front of square on the offside, but missed it. So playing a miss, 316 for 8.
Right now, Kyle Verena is averaging 352 for Notts. If he gets out without getting any more, he's still averaging 176. That's not bad, is it? Not bad. There's a shot of the Nottinghamshire dressing room, or the balcony here at the Radcliffe Road end as they all came out to celebrate, and that's a nice little moment between Farhan Ahmed and Kyle Verena.
Will he be available for interviews tonight for you?
Who? Verena? I would imagine, but our sports show is 6 till 7, and
so do you not have to do an interview? Oh, right.
316 for 8. Here's
Part-timer.
Snater into bowl. This goes through to the keeper.
I think Jamie Porter has been lined up for BBC Essex for the morning, so I'll conduct an interview and then send it as an email, and he'll give us his take on the day. And it would have started off so beautifully for him with the first 2 wickets, and then, you know, perhaps a catch or two being felled will be a bit of an issue, but Nottinghamshire have played well this afternoon.
This is edged, and that's
Dropped.
been spilled as well, this time at first slip by Walter, and it's Verena on 104, and it's gone for 2 runs, and Nick off the bowling of Snater.
Yeah. Look, it's a long way down for Paul,
Yeah.
but I tend to think it was a regulation. Might have been a little lower for him because he is such a tall man. But you're not invited to field in the slips because of your conversation. You're there for a reason, and your reason is you're a good catcher.
Next ball on its way and defended. He's not always been a slip fielder, has he? I can remember him.
Who?
Paul Walter
No.
is his huge presence at mid-on or mid-off.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, it would be Dean Elgar would
of course,
be around that area. Yeah.
Of course, is it worse to drop one or to catch one and step over the rope?
Yes, not good. But we used to have a first slip in a big fellow, Derek Pringle, was always there.
318 for 8. Next ball is...
Shot,
that's
shot,
lovely from
shot,
Verena.
shot.
Just as if to sort of rub it in. You could have had me this over, folks, but you didn't, so I'm going to try and tap in a lovely straight drive just to the onside of straight off Snater for 4. 322 for 8. And Verena, quick as a flash, is onto 110. And this partnership worth 73.
10th, 9th wicket partnership, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gosh, this is painful for Essex. With the bowlers out there will be feeling it. The fielders, just a little bit disappointing just for the moment.
Snater to his 23rd over now, bowls again and kept out. Did you finish your Pringle anecdote, or did I?
No, I was just saying that Derek Pringle fielded at first slip, where one, it was good to hide him, and two, he wasn't a bad catcher. And quite a few of the catches that go to first slip are wicket keepers anyway. Yeah, he always fielded there. And possibly the luxury of having someone like Paul Water or Derek Pringle there is second slip can move just a little bit further, because there is quite a span with the sight of these big fellas at first slip.
Next ball's just pushed into the offside. Little battle for the ball there between Critchley and Jordan Cox. The end of the over, 322 for 8.
So we've seen Cook and Porter bowl manfully throughout the day in their various spells and performed well. On the scoreboard just right now we've got Noah Thane and Shane Snater, and between them they've bowled 34 overs and they've gone for 154. For me, that is a little bit expensive for those 34 overs. Noah Thane is on the way in, he bowls, and this is played into the ring on the leg side. There is no run. So the difference between the frontline bowlers and the support bowlers has showed today.
Yeah, I always look at the second column as well. Don and Noah Thane, no maidens as well. You can't get wickets, you've got to maintain the pressure, just keep building up the dots. Gone for 68 runs from his 11 overs.
Thane in for defensive. Just a little foot movement with the bat coming down, and he looked very resilient there, did Farhan Ahmed, 27 not out.
Nobody's bowled their overs briskly today. There's play going on in all 9 matches. Remember, play should have finished at 6 o'clock in all 9 matches, but they're all overlapping.
As Thane comes in, this is driven into the offside. He finds cover. There is no run.
Division 1, 14 wickets have gone down at Hove. Sussex 294, Somerset 47 for 4.
Oh, really? And the 47 for 4, who's out?
At Hove, this is. Somerset 47 for 4. They've lost Vaughan for 14, Dixon for 8, Abel without scoring first ball, and Banton for 6. 3 wickets to Hudson Price. So 371 last week, out for 6 today, Tom Banton.
Thane bowls a bumper that simply goes down on his haunches, watches the ball go over his head, through to the keeper, but good to see a bumper at this point of the evening. Keeps the batsman real.
Canterbury 16 wickets have gone, Middlesex 222 all out, Kent 140 for 6, still playing there. Another 10 minutes or so here.
Noah Thane comes roaring in. Open face bat from Ahmed, who runs it down to third man. Smartly, sensibly, no risks, and there is one more run. 323 for 8, and this was after this morning when Essex invited Nottinghamshire to bat. They lost their 2 openers. Porter got both of them, and Notts were in a little bit of a quandary at 4 for 2.
Yeah, they were indeed. I mean, Essex may still go on and win this by a huge margin. You don't know, but this is, it's getting towards a par score, isn't it, having been put in?
Vane in. No ball again. He's overstepped. Quick look, see if it suggests how many no balls he's bowled, or indeed Essex have bowled.
Total extras is up to 33. Durham weren't quite so generous last week against Notts. Notts gave 40 extras away in Durham's first innings. It'll be one area that they want to cut out. There were 20 no balls, or 10 no balls.
In comes Noah Thane, and this is a bit of an ooh-and-ah. Didn't play it quite or execute it as well as the batsman would have liked, and it's gone into the leg side for no run. So I'm just trying to have a quick look.
Durham, the first ground to reach stumps, 343 for 7. Ben McKinney, 143 not out. That's a terrific effort from the young left-handed opener, Ben McKinney, making a century. Durham 343 for 7 against Warwickshire. Durham losing here last week, Warwickshire drawing at home with Sussex. 325 for 8. We've got 3 overs left, so we are just about at the point where Notts will return in the morning, or certainly Essex won't have to bat this evening.
8 no balls, Noah Thane.
What, 4 no balls, 8 runs? Or 8 no balls, 16 runs? There's one for him.
Actually, no.
Snater bowls and again defended. I wouldn't have thought he's overstepped 8 times, would you? He's probably 4 times he's overstepped. 325 for 8. Won't have given that many away, but he has gone for 71 runs from 12 overs, so he's bowled 72 balls and conceded 71 runs. Ground staff just moving tarpaulins, whether they need to take any protective action, extra protective action overnight, I don't know, but they're just folding the big bed blankets in front of the William Clark stand. I think it's supposed to be okay overnight and tomorrow. Another lovely day as Farhan pushes this into the offside. A little cloudy on Sunday, and then perhaps a bit of drizzle passing across on Monday. 325 for 8. If you're coming along tomorrow, let you enjoy your day. You'll be very welcome. There'll be whatever happens, there'll be some good cricket. There'll be county championship cricket. There'll in all probability be some good batting and good bowling on show. And with the weather set fair, Trent Bridge will welcome you as Farhan Ahmed pushes this up to mid-on, and there's no run. 325 for 8. Who knows, you may be able to see the continuation of this partnership. They are 15 deliveries away from the close of play today. Farhan Ahmed and Carl Verena have put 76 on. So Lyndon James batted nicely, I thought. 45 isn't going to leap off the page and smack you in the face and say it was a good knock, but it was. He steadied things up either side of lunch with Verena. This is defended. Played some nice shots, didn't he, Lyndon James?
Yeah, he played well. He did. Really did. Probably a bit disappointed with his dismissal, but 45, he rescued. I mean, there was a partnership, wasn't there, of 89.
Yeah, with Verena, and then Fergus O'Neill did something similar. He put 77 on. The Australian who got a first ball duck last week, his only innings for Nottinghamshire, made 42. Was able to put the bad ball away and again play his part in a good partnership with Verena. 325 for 8. Snater bowls, hits Farhan Ahmed with a foolish delivery on the boot. Would have gone down. There's one ball left in this over, and then we are very much into end of day territory. 2 overs to go after this one. Dylan Pennington will have had his pads on for, I guess, all of this session. Tea time score was, well, maybe not. Tea time score was 212 for 6. Certainly most of this session, Pennington will have been sat with his pads on. Snater bowls, and there's going to be a single there to Farhan Ahmed. So he's going to keep strike. Almost playing night watchman for Verena there. 326 for 8, but it was really his only opportunity to score in that over. It was wide enough just to run down to third man, and there's 2 overs left.
Stephen Tokley comes back to us actually with another email. Thank you, Stephen. Good to hear from you. And we were talking about Friday, Saturday, Sunday crowds, and he comments, Fridays do seem to be the best supported day for 4-day games. Football is an issue. I was one of the 2,500 at Chelmsford last Friday. But on Saturday, Ipswich, West Ham and Colchester were at home. Of the 4 of us sitting together on the Friday, 2 were at Portman Road on the Saturday. As Noah Thane comes in, and this is let go as it goes through to the keeper. No shot offered, and there is no run. He goes on and says, add in the weekend rail works in the Chelmsford area, which will put off the other members of our quartet to compete with football, and it was no surprise that the Saturday and Sunday crowds were much lower. It is my general impression that Fridays are the best of all the attended days. As Thane comes in, this is a forward defensive, back to Thane on his follow through. Thane is he'll be a little concerned with his efforts today. He's tried hard, but just it wasn't a good day at the office for him. Snater was also a little bit expensive at time compared, so as I said to you not long ago, Dave, that when you compare the front line and the supports players, it's a little bit different. We'll look at that and examine that at the end of this over as Thane comes in outside off stump. He's fished at it as Ahmed, and it's gone through to the keeper, and there is no run. So Cook and Porter have bowled 43 overs, of which 15 are maidens. 43 overs, 15 maidens, and they've taken 4 for 87. Economy rate is brilliant.
Superb, both of them.
Thane and Snater, well, as I said, there's the best part of 36 overs, 37 overs, 3 maidens, and they've got 3 for 159. Thane is on his way in. This is played into the vacant backward point area where there is a third man. He and second slip race to the ball, and there is 1 run. 327 for 8.
On to 30 for Farhan Ahmed for the first time in his career, yeah. He's gone well past it. That was 17. Come on, Noah, shouts somebody in the Essex camp. Decent number of Essex supporters here as well. Saw quite a lot of Essex tops at lunch and tea wandering about.
He's in. A little bit on leg stump, tickled around the corner as square leg, deep square leg and fine leg run in, chase each other to the ball. 1 more run, 328 for 8.
We're back on air, all being well, just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Hope you're able to find a little bit of time to squeeze us into your busy Saturdays tomorrow. 328 for 8. I think it's going to be a good day of cricket.
Thane aborts his run up, comes back, turns and tries for the second attempt. In he comes, he bowls. Nice and straight, well defended, played up to mid-off. That is the end of the penultimate over with 6 balls remaining here at Trent Bridge. We'd like to thank you all for your interactions, be it on Twitter, on email, wherever.
Yeah.
Lovely, thank you very much.
So. Somerset have lost another wicket. Night watchman Josh Davey is out. Finn Hudson-Prentice has 4 for 13. And the most relieved man here at Trent Bridge, I guess, will be Dylan Pennington, because he can now take his pads off. He won't be required to bat this evening. There are 6 balls left. If the wicket goes down, they will troop off. And that will be that. 328 for 8 is the score. 78 for 5 at lunch. Hamid out for 0, Slater for 1, McCann 26, Clark 16 and Haynes 23. As Snater comes in and bowls, and Verena hits it back on the bounce to the bowler. T was 212 for 6. The only wicket to go down in the afternoon session was Lyndon James. Little unluckily perhaps inside edged wide-ish ball from Snater onto his stumps, bowled for 45. And in this session, Fergus O'Neill LBW to Matt Critchley for 42. Brett Hutton caught Pepper bowled Snater for 1. That's allowed Carl Verena, who's been there since just before lunch, came in at number 6 to put his bat to the ball and defend and put the bad ones away. He's on Nelson. Don't know if he's suspicious or not. It's more of an English thing, isn't it? 111. Don't know if the South Africans have an unlucky number, but I don't think he'll mind too much going to bed if he's 111 not out, and Farhan Ahmed 30 not out with him.
Have you ever been to bed with 111 not out?
No.
Nor have I.
328 for 8. Next ball goes through to the wicket keeper. So 3 balls to go. Still a decent number inside Trent Bridge. Men plenty obviously have headed off to start their evening plans, or get home for a bit of tea, a bit of dinner, whatever it is that you call it in your part of the world. 328 for 8. But many of them will be back tomorrow. Verena on strike. Snater in his 25th over bowls, and again a defensive push into the offside. The shadows are long out there. Top-notch day of cricket, really. The big winner, I guess, for Notts, Kyle Verena, but Farhan Ahmed will certainly be pleased with the role he's played. And as we've said, Fergus O'Neill's 42, Lyndon James 45, significant in getting Notts back on track. For Essex, well, it'll be I'm sure, another day in the dirt. Won't be particularly memorable for Jamie Porter or Sam Cook, but it's been memorable for those that have had another chance to see them bowling in tandem. They've been superb as this goes through to Pepper, and a word for him as well. I think he's kept very well today. He's had 3 opportunities and gobbled them all up. Michael Pepper, the wicket-keeper.
Well said, I think you're spot on there. He stood back most of the day. Essex are used to these long days in the field, as we were for a few days last week against Surrey.
Last ball of the day, Shane Snater bowls. Verena leaves it alone. Again, there's the oohs and the ahs. Disappointment, frustration at the end of the day for Essex, because they still have this 9th wicket partnership to break, but Nottinghamshire have got through to stumps on 328 for 8 from the 96 overs. There's going to be one heck of an ovation here at Trent Bridge for Carl Verena. He's 111 not out. What a player he is, and what a player Farhan Ahmed is as well, and what he is going to become is anybody's guess. He's a terrific cricketer. 328 for 8. Again, many thanks to our camera crew and production crew for keeping us on air and bringing you the pictures and just keeping us connected. Huge thanks to Don for his company and his commentary, and for James Coyne from The Cricketer, who popped up and shared an hour with us this afternoon. Very much enjoyed his company as well. We do it for you, though. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage, and for everybody who's been out there, whether you've just caught a few minutes of the day or been with us for much of it, we really appreciate you being there, and hope you'll come back again to join us. We'll be back on air just before 11 o'clock tomorrow. From Don Toplick, myself, Dave Bracegood, and everybody else at Trent Bridge, we bid you a very good night from Nottingham.